The quest for back-to-back-to-back rings is alive for Timothy Adams, but he'll have to get through a stacked final table featuring a chip leader who is one of the best online players in the world. This is Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Welcome to Cyprus and the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino for final table coverage of this $250,000 buy-in. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. Brent, 6 are left, 5 of them looking up at the stack of Limitless as we take a look at the leaderboard presented by GG Poker.
The prodigal one from Poland, Victor Malinowski. Jeff, this guy is unstoppable right now, trying to take home nearly $3.7 million, trying to stop Timothy Adams from that repeat title.
You
love it.
To back. One Super High Roller Bowl Australia, one Super High Roller Bowl Russia. This look at the payouts presented by Luxon Pay. All 6 guaranteed $512,500, more than a $300K pay jump to kick things off. And here we go.
Speaking of back-to-back, David Peters won back-to-back U.S. Poker Open titles. Can he claim his first Super High Roller Bowl ring today?
Fireworks right off the bat. Ron Zhang picks up the Ace-King of Diamonds after Peters opens with the King-Queen of Hearts.
What a storyline for Zhang, the young 20-year-old American. Making headlines down in Florida not too long ago, winning the 50K Super High Roller, defeating Dan Smith.
Makes it $280,000. Short stack looming in Vyacheslav Boldigan. Peters starting the day with a little bit more than 30 bigs.
Giving Peters an all right price. Only 180K more to call with King-Queen suited. Perhaps a hand that's a little too good to consider folding.
Does make the call. 620K in the pot, as you see on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. There's current stack size, bottom left-hand corner. It's Queen 9-3, 1 diamond. Peters outflops Zhang.
Does have the backdoor diamonds. Clearly not the flop that Zhang was looking for.
Hello.
Peters is not going anywhere here with top pair. Every hand oh so critical.
Let's make the call. The turn is the Queen of Diamonds. The flush draw for Ron Zhang. Trips for Peters.
One espresso, please.
What an interesting turn card this is, Jeff. All of a sudden, we have got action depending on the sizing from Peters. David knows that Zhang can certainly have some sort of backdoor flush draw. Perhaps with a hand just like this, ace-king of diamonds. Has to feel good about having 3 queens. In his mindset, could he be targeting aces or kings? How much?
140.
Go small. That's 140,000.
Price is just too sweet with the nut flush draw. I wouldn't expect anything other than just a call. Zhuang certainly consider.
And
Oh
there's
my
the
gosh!
shove. Here we go.
He does it.
Perhaps that small bet designed to induce exactly that a couple times. And just like that, David Peters, the one all in and at risk, but in good shape, has to dodge 8 outs. You see him on the top of your screen.
Slow.
Zhang looking for a diamond. That's not the 9 of diamonds. River card. It's another queen. All of the queens for David Peters, and he has doubled up to start play at Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
What a start for Peters and a disaster for Zhuang, now becoming one of the short stacks. Oh my goodness, this is hand 1. I don't know how Peters contains his emotions. I would be running around the table, high-fiving anybody that's in the room, doing a cartwheel. Zhuang at least lets out a little smile, thinking, oh, man. How do you do it? First hand, Peters, really? Quads?
David, you have close to 3 now,
I
right?
think a bit of an ambitious,
Two
aggressive
2.75.
shove there by Zhuang. Certainly, you needed to be concerned about the presence of the queens, but nonetheless, Boldigan all of a sudden not alone when it comes to the super short stacks here at this final table.
Has a little bit of company now with Ron Zhang there. 370K in this leaderboard presented by GG Poker. Here comes David Peters, 7th on the all-time money list, entering today. Past the $36 million mark in career tournament earnings. That will move him up to at least 6th on that list. Passing Steven Chidwick. $20K, $40K with a $40K big blind ante. So Boldigan and Zhang with less than 10 bigs.
The ICM scenario has slightly shifted. Before, Boldigan would have just been going YOLO here with ace-3. Still going to do it. Now having such another short stack at this final table. Massive pay jumps.
About a $308,000 pay jump to kick things off. Full of expressions is Vyacheslav Boldigan. Out of Russia. Finished in 5th place in event number 6 of Super High Roller
You want
Series.
the call or no?
No, I think I must do the ace. I just off my mind.
Look down at another ace.
You know, we've talked all about Limitless. Our chip leader, Victor Malinowski, is an online superstar. Well, Boldigan himself VBV 1990 is just an online, long-time, high-stakes, heads-up, sit-and-go crusher. Just printed money.
Sorry, time for. Oh, yeah.
And if you are new to our coverage, you're thinking this guy's giving it away, that he has maybe more of a medium strength hand. Vyacheslav has these expressions, these antics, even when he has the goods. So this is no kind of tell here.
$200 raise.
Raise 200.
Making it 200,000 here. Look at the payouts presented by Lux on Pay. And there are those massive pay jumps that
Just
you mentioned.
remarkable.
Leading all the way up to a first place prize of almost $3.7 million. Played 8-handed for a while yesterday for the elimination of Michael Adamo. And then Liam Shurovich got the chips in with the ace-deuce suited against Victor Malinowski's ace-king suited. Shurovich out on the bubble, and Boldigan thrilled as the short stack to get into the money.
Yeah, and thrilled again here today. Just won back-to-back pots. He's sort of now separated himself from Zhuang, who certainly at risk.
Zhang now the shortest stack. And looks down at 2 10s. On the button. Shove is for 9 bigs.
This is probably for Adams a call. You would have to think ace-9 is ahead of whatever Zhuang could be moving in pre-flop. Certainly worse aces. Broadway hands. And it's not a large chunk of his chips. Wow.
Ace it down.
That's a really good fold. I fully expected a call.
Fold again with ace-7.
Right. And there's a kind of a dynamic here too, having Zhuang moving it all in. Would he ever consider shoving a bit wider because of Boldigan in the big blind? Sort of leveraging from the other short stack. You can see that if Zhuang were to win this pot, all of a sudden he would have 450,000 chips, and Boldigan would once again be short.
Makes
Here we
the
go.
call. Ranjan going to be all in and at risk with the 10s against Vyacheslav Boldigan's ace-7. We saw Adams muck an ace.
Good luck. Last time my 7 was good. And,
Queen, Queen 10, I'd say that's a pretty decent flop.
Yeah, we can go ahead and lock this one up, Jeff. As it comes running queens, oh boy.
5 on the turn will indeed lock it up for Ranjan, the 20-year-old out of the United States, up to 760,000 in chips. And Boldigan down to just 3 bigs.
Yeah.
Tough spot, though, for the Russian.
Yeah, we call this whatever's beyond the danger zone.
Yeah.
Well, that's where Boldigan now sits.
But He did sit in this exact position with 1% of all the chips yesterday when we were 8 or 9-handed. So the man has some miraculous spin-ups in him. As we do raise the blinds to 25K, 50K with a 50K big blind ante. So now 2 bigs, and in the small blind, and Limitless looks down at the King Queen of Diamonds. $15 bigs now in the stack of Ranjang. Funny, all the players just decided to wear a Triton poker patch today. What a coincidence.
Oh.
Peters has 8s on the button.
Would you look at that?
Peters calls on the button. It's 9-8 for Boldigan, just 90K behind. And does fold. Perhaps hoping that some kind of carnage takes place. His expressions just entertain me every time.
I don't want him to leave. Stick around. Sort of a meme factory.
Here comes ace, jack, jack. 2 hearts. Not the flop anybody was really dreaming of.
Certainly not, however. Has to favor. Well, no, it's not. Peters can have an ace. He can certainly have a jack in this spot. Knows that Victor's opening on a tighter range given the stacks at the table. The ICM implications, these money jumps. Perhaps here Malinowski sees a door open. For the times Peters did flat us with sort of these middling pairs, this texture, this flop, you would think is going to force a fold, and this is exactly how Malinowski would play a hand if he did have ace queen. He would check the flop, try and control things, and then we'd put a little money in on the turn. King queen, very effective.
That's going to get it done for the man we know as Limitless, one of the best online players in the world. Today will mark his biggest live cash.
You have to imagine, now that he's got a little taste of playing a $250,000 super high roller bowl, that his live action will only continue. We're going to see him across the world from stop to stop playing the biggest buy-in events.
Peters opens here with Queen Jack. Gonna let it go. Leo with the ace-9 of diamonds in the small blind.
Raise.
Makes it 400. 20K.
I love this. Good sizing. 420. Peters can't do anything about this. A ton of pressure on Peters.
Yeah, lays it down. Ivan Liao, Malaysia, more than $9 million career live tournament earnings. A third place finisher better today would mark his biggest career score.
He has been fantastic. Had a ton of chips early on day 2. Was able to withstand the swings that typically come along with a poker environment. Found himself his first major final table looking for a huge score.
Ace deuce. About 1.8 big blinds.
The time is now. Unless we think we can just wait a couple hands, Jeff, and find something a little sweeter. Boldigan does not have to put any more chips into the pot until he is back in the big blind. Maybe we make a little bit more money by
just hope craziness
by
transpires
folding
over the next couple hands. And then when you're in the big, you go with whatever.
Call.
Call, leaving himself 40K behind.
Well, sort of interesting. If it goes all in behind him, would he ever just throw his hand into the muck? Leave yourself 40K and try and move up for another 300,000. Not gonna happen.
Don't erase. Fuck.
Lane 7-3, going to be difficult for Boldigan. Not impossible.
A little gut shot for Swang, and obviously top pair for Ivan. Just waiting for that extra 40K bonus to go in the middle from Boldigan if he does go with ace high right here. Ivan will speed things up. Come on, guys, let's go.
Let's get moving here. Boldigan side calls. Shows the ace deuce. Going to need an ace or running cards to make a straight. Can he find a way? On the turns. Okay, not bad. 5 outs, you see him on top of your screen.
Couple of ducklings left in the deck.
Deuce or an ace to stay alive.
Good job, guys.
We say good game to Vyacheslav Boldigan. Out in 6 for $512,500.
Yeah, love this kid. He was so fun to watch. So many great facial expressions, and perhaps he earned an unexpected $500,000 in change after last night's festivities on the bubble. Here we go. 5 remain.
Take a look at the payouts presented by Luxon Pay, and now our remaining players are guaranteed $820,000. More than a 300K pay jump from 5th to 4th. We start to hit the 7-figure cashes. This marks the biggest live score for both Malinowski and Ranjan. And David Peters has 2 kings, and Ivan Liao has 2 nines.
Oh dear.
Peters opens.
If we suspect that Peters is continuing to opening on a tighter range, perhaps 2 nines is better suited with just a call here, but he is, Ivan's going to dial up the aggression. Wow.
Makes it 310,000.
How much do you have?
25.
The difficulty now, Jeff, after 3-betting the nines, let's assume Peters is going to be bringing a 4-bet. We have put ourselves in a very difficult pre-flop situation.
1.5.
Unless it's just an automatic plan. Well, I'm going to 3-bet, and if he decides to 4-bet, I'll just fold the nines. Sort of treat it like king-queen.
580.
There is that 4-bet, and here is that awkward spot for Liao and the nines.
And a very small 4-bet at that. You can see the sizing. I think Ivan right now regretting the 3-bet.
How much you left? I have like 2.4 total.
Well, if Liao watched yesterday's stream back, knows Peters very capable of 4-bet bluffs pre. It's a little bit different scenario. Liao will make the call.
Why?
Almost 1.3 million in this pot. Liao now with 1.2 million behind.
There are dangerous flops and textures. If this board comes low, I don't think Ivan can get off of 2 nines. Oh!
Jack 9 deuce!
Oh my goodness.
The dream for Ivan Liao. Turning into reality.
$250.
The day started off so well for David Peters, and he is in some trouble here.
What will Ivan do? Consider trapping, or do we just move on it right now?
Cool.
Does make the call. We saw Malinowski fold a king. Turn is a 3. Liao with 975K behind.
Perhaps David is a little concerned. I can't imagine we're getting away from 2 kings, but are we afraid of jacks, maybe even nines? Would Ivan play those hands just like this?
Staring down that stack.
330.
Still sort of induction sizing, just trying to get the money in the middle here, Jeff. Just hoping that Ivan has like ace-jack suited, maybe 2 queens.
All of it.
Call.
Peters makes the call, and he'll see the bad news. Liao had flopped a set of 9s. You see the 2 outs on top of your screen. We know that Limitless folded one of them. So David Peters needs the King of Hearts to miraculously appear on the river to bust Ivan Liao. River is the 7. We have a new chip leader, and that would be Ivan Liao out of Malaysia.
Sorry.
David Peters absolutely devastated. That's a genuine sorry from Ivan.
Yeah.
Very, very courteous of him, although I'm sure David says don't say sorry.
Right. It happens. It's the game.
It's part of the game.
If it'll take a lap.
Goodness.
Look at the leaderboard presented by GG Poker in a wild first half hour or so here. Liao, the chip leader. Peters, now the short stack. He and Ranjang, about 12 to 13 bigs. Some drama in the early stages of Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
You can say that again. Wow.
A remarkable roller coaster ride for David Peters. Finding the double on the very first hand of play.
With quads.
And then finding himself in a terrific spot against Ivan Liao Pri.
That's just poker to a T, isn't it, Jeff?
Yeah.
You make quads the first hand off the deck, getting oh so lucky, and then in a matter of moments, you're now the victim of this sort of scenario. It flips on a dime, this game, the variance, the volatility.
6% now of the chips in play. More than 35% of the chips in play for our chip leader, 5-handed.
Perhaps I'm a masochist, but the reason I love poker is sort of because of the pain.
That is pretty sick.
You know, it's
Sick, twisted, and yet beautiful.
so unpredictable. The sweet science of swings.
An emotional moment for Ivan Liao. Issued those apologies. He had to take a little walk around their set. It's understandable.
Yeah.
What a massive spot this is.
He's building that Ali
Yes, he
Amshurovich-like
is.
tower now. Ivan now claims the throne. Chip leader. Final 5.
This blue chip's worth 5,000. Brown chips 25K a piece. White chips are 100,000 chips. is going to try to utilize that chip lead and put some major pressure on his opponents. He raises it up with the 10-7 off. Limitless calls behind with the ace-9 of hearts. Peter's in the big blind with the king-9. Locks it. Queen 6-5, 2 hearts.
Mighty. Shark.
That's 90K. Manowski calls. Turns a 3. Gutter for Ivan.
Now to go along with that pair equity, we've picked up a gut shot straight draw. Is this enough for Ivan to continue trying to apply pressure? A little chip leader carnage. 1 versus 2.
280.
Keeps coming after it, betting 280,000.
Victor certainly not going to go anywhere with the nut flush draw. They feel inclined to simply continue calling.
Oh.
Does make that call. More than 1 million chips in the middle. Chip lead at stake. Ivan could be digging himself a hole here. And it's a hole he's not going to get out of, as Limitless does river the flush. Liada's slam on the brakes. We know the use of time bank's a futile one, as Liao has waved the white flag. But understandable that this is a very important decision
900.
in the mind of Limitless as far as sizing is concerned. He bets 900,000. And regains the chip lead.
You see, no.
I bluff.
Ah, you. Okay.
What you have? I have 710.
Oh, wow, okay. I have the ace-9 suited.
The Good suit.
Diamond.
First flush. I think, please, ace call.
I haven't told him he had 10-7. He's like, wait, what?
I like that these players are telling each other what they had. They realize
Friendly.
after the stream hits that you're going to know anyway.
Sixes for Timothy Adams.
More picking.
Jack 7 for Ivan in the big. Just no thanks. $820,000 guaranteed to our final five. $307,500 pay jump from 5th to 4th. Up top, almost $3.7 million. Peters on the button, the short stack, now with 10 bigs, and with the king 9 of clubs.
All in? How much, Peter? 495.
Gets through.
Yeah. Peter's just going to keep plugging away here. Got to grind it back. He will play this sort of stack to perfection. It's just a matter of being on the right side of, well, the poker gods, really.
He and Ranjang, the short stacks. $25K, $50K, $50K big blind ante. Now with ace deuce. Queen 6 of spades for Zhang. We'll defend off the short stack. $7-5-4, the open ender for Zhang. And no good wheel draw for Liao, who's ace high is best.
All in.
And just rips it. Just puts max pressure on Ranjang. Gets the job done. Royal Hotel and Casino in Cyprus, playing host to Super High Roller Bowl Europe, presented by GG Poker and Lux on Pay. What a ride it's been for that man, David Peters. Doubled up on the very first hand of play. Lost a massive portion of his chip stack to Ivan Liao. Folds the ace-2 suited. Good time to look down at queens.
Yeah, it certainly is. And understandable why Victor is opening the ace-deuce on David Peters' big blind.
And going a bigger sizing, perhaps to limit some of Peters' defense.
Exactly. However, that bigger sizing could haunt him here, knowing that 2 queens are going to go in the middle. He may be getting the right price to have to call with ace-deuce.
As the shove is for 9 bigs.
We have 500.
He made it 3.
550.
No,
It's
450.
450. That
Yeah,
makes a
right.
difference.
That's a huge difference. Might be the difference. Getting almost 2.5 to 1 on a call.
He knows he's up against an extremely narrow range of hands.
True. And part of that range just, or most of that range just crushes him.
Yeah, and you're just very likely to always be 30% here. Either your ace is live or your deuce is live.
He does lay it down.
Too bad.
Huh?
Too bad. Shit.
It had to be close. I think it's the right fold. I mean, despite the price, just because of
I don't hit.
how much that
Well, yeah.
stack is worth. You know, giving away or putting in an extra 300,000 chips might not seem like a lot when you've only, you know, when you already have 3.6 million.
It's the suited call.
But you don't want to just give away chips.
How much you have?
He's 5 off for Jean. Leo with the ace-9 of hearts in the big.
Sorry?
Wait. Yeah, 575. 575? Fine.
Raise.
Jean has to give it up. Yeah, with 3 7-figure scores in his career. Won the WSOP Europe 100K in 2018 for more than $1.4 million. Ace-4 diamonds now in the small blind. Just limps in. Ace-deuce for limitless. He'll check.
Jeff on Twitter, which, by the way, if you want to hit us up there, he's at Jeff Platt. I'm at Buffalo Hanks. At Boss Bear says that Jeff's like the Ryan Seacrest of poker.
It's like the greatest compliment I've ever received.
I thought that might make your morning.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Who said that?
That would be Boss Bear 1.
Boss Bear 1.
On Twitter.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. There you go.
To write Boss Bear 1 a note.
I have no doubt that that is your burner account. And you're just talking to yourself.
No comment. Threes for now on the button. Ranjang with ace-5 off. And up the short stack again against Liao.
Yeah. In a heads-up situation, we know how wide Liao has been opening buttons. We saw it all day on day 2. Clearly here, pocket pair is extremely reasonable. Would expect him to do just that.
Roll it.
Again, just rips it here.
And it is a decision. It's, you know, what Ivan just moved me in on this board with. Would he do it with 9-8 of diamonds, right? A backdoor draw. Would he do it with any 2, just applying maximum pressure in this sort of ICM spot? And if that's the case, ace high is ahead of that. Certainly going to give this some consideration. Would not be surprised if he ends up finding a call. One thing you can rule out is a queen. Ivan would never just blast off this quickly if he flopped trips, right? So we're just going to automatically remove that.
Ranjang in his first super high roller bowl. At the age of 20.
Incredible. Just 20 years young from the United States. Made this trip to play. Not even sure Ivan wants the call. He's sort of moving around in his chair like, buddy, I got it.
Another time bank into the middle for another 30 seconds to act. Sit down.
Wow.
What you have?
Ace 5.
8-5.
Ace 5. Ace 5.
Ace 5.
What you have?
2 live card you have. I have pocket.
Pocket what?
Pocket 3.
I love it. Just, hey, here's what I had. What'd you have? Okay, everyone's telling the truth. And that was not an easy decision with the ace-5 clearly taking up all that time. Ivan just seemed kind of comfortable, right?
Yeah.
You know?
But, yeah, you understand why it took so long to think about it. I mean, it just happened in the exact same scenario last hand when Liao was button, when Ranzhang was big blind. So wondering if, to your point, does Liao just blast off here a ton?
Right.
Continue to come after it, this time with the Queen 9.
It's not pocket 3, right?
So Liao has regained the chip lead. Ten, 8 of hearts. For Zhang on the button. With 8.5 big blinds. All of it. Gets through. Peters down to 8 bigs. Zhang back up to 11.
Pass.
Adams on the button. Lays it down. Queen deuce of spades for Peters.
Yeah, probably good enough, Jeff. The suited queen.
All in.
Says, let's dance.
Ivan knows 10 high is probably not good, but it is a suited 10. If he called, it would just be out of pure spite.
He's got some gamble in him.
Yeah, he's got a little gamble. There's also, you know, when you put a dirty beat on a guy too,
Yeah.
sometimes you pass on those spots. Like, you know what?
It's just.
It's this weird sort of psyche, you know. I'm not saying it's right, but it happens.
Seven of clubs for Ranzhang. There's 11 bigs going to the middle. Adams with ace king. Adams starting the hand with a little more than 40 bigs.
Adams deciding, should I call or move all in? Decision being made, let's just call. In the event that one of the chip leaders then moves all in behind us, we could consider folding ace-king off, but here we go.
Ranzhang all in and at risk with the ace-7 of clubs. Up against the ace-king of Timothy Adams. If Zhang can find a way here. He's back to 25 bigs. Peter's gonna stand up with a 300K pay jump on the line and a 7 on the flop.
As Tony G would say, 7 from heaven.
Indeed. We saw Peters fold a king. And another 7 just locks it up on the turn. Ron Zhang is back. Little needle at the end in the form of the king of spades.
The Prince of Poultry, Tim Adams. A little devastating to lose this sort of chunk, is it?
Yeah.
A substantial favorite. Again, Jeff, just the ebbs and flows. There is certainly no justice in the game of poker.
Adams down to 30 bigs. Devastating, a good word to describe how David Peters is feeling right now. As he was oh so close to that $307,500 pay jump from 5th to 4th. Instead is the significant short stack.
Plus 50.
Yeah, wait.
5.
3, 4, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
4. 3. 3, 4, 5.
5. Yeah.
And why am I paying you 6? Yeah.
There we go. What a ride it's been for Ron Zhang. Now up to 4th. 25 bigs. The 20-year-old won a 50K at Seminole earlier this month. $562,000. Peters. 10 bigs. I say earlier this month, but I guess we're in September now, huh?
Yeah.
So, last month, he won the 50K.
We
Eating
welcome a
dance
new
with
month.
heads up. Yeah, it's good to be here.
What a big month it's going to be, Jeff.
Yeah.
Finish this thing off today. We move into the Poker Masters in about a week. And then, of course, we get right back to Super High Roller Bowl 6 in Las Vegas inside the Poker Go studio.
The premier event of the year in the high roller scene. Follow that up with the World Series of Poker. Cool coverage plans across the board on Poker Go for the aforementioned events, the Poker Masters, Super High Roller Bowl 6, and the World Series. Keep you posted there. Thank you all so much for joining us here. If you're checking us out on YouTube, be sure to click like and subscribe. You are watching Super High Roller Bowl Europe, presented by GG Poker and Luxon Pay. We're in Cyprus at the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino. Jeff Fine alongside Brent Hanks. We're at our broadcast studios in Las Vegas. David Peters peels 2 4s, slightly less than 10 bigs.
And certainly the short stack now by a mile. This is a little shimmy, a little shake. It's Disco Dave time. Let's dance.
All in.
There it is. Yeah, looking down at the ace-9 of hearts. And says all in. I mean, it's a little risky.
It's a big shove.
Nobody wakes up with anything behind. So Peters all in and at risk with 2 4s against Ivan Liao's ace-9 of hearts. Queen, queen, 10, 1 heart. Yeah, looking for a 10, an ace, or a 9, or heart, heart, or as backdoor cards to make a straight. There's a 9 on the turn.
Yeah.
Peters down to just 2 outs. Can he find one of the 4s to stay alive?
Line today good
Cannot.
for
Yeah, go on.
David Peters out in 5th place for $820,000. One of the best in the world eliminated.
Certainly is one of the best to ever do it. Such a young guy too.
today
5th
need to
place,
play more
820,000.
nine.
Not what he came here trying to accomplish. And it was Ivan Liao that gave him a dirty beat. 2 9s, cracking David's kings. And Liao now finishes him off, sort of fittingly, with a turn 9 for the rest of it.
That 820K score moves Peters from 7th to 6th on the all-time money list. He passes Steven Chidwick. Looking forward to seeing D. Peters back in Las Vegas at the Poker Go studio for the Poker Masters for Super High Roller Bowl 6. Peters, the winner of the 2019 and 2021 US Poker Open. And then there were 4. All guaranteed, $1,127,500. Liao, the chip leader. Zhang, the short stack. Adams now just under 30 bigs. Limps in here, Liao's ace-9. Just so many chips. Grabs a chunk of the brown 25Ks. Fires in 225,000.
I think King 6 off. Once in a while you can consider limp calling. Sizing is on the larger side from Ivan, which we've come to fully expect in these sort of blind on blind encounters. And Ivan flashes him the ace. Here you go, take a peek.
Liao continues to accumulate. We take a look at the leaderboard presented by GG Poker. Yeah, with about 45% of the chips in play. Malinowski in 2nd, then a drop off before we find Timothy Adams and Ron Zhang. Peters out in 5th. Boldigan eliminated in 6th. Liam Shurovich bubbled this one late last night. Ron Zhang looks down at ace-queen.
I've been thinking about coming after Zhuang here. King 7 suited from the small blind.
You play in 1 million?
Makes the call with the King 7 of diamonds. Nine, 5, 3, 1 diamond.
Saw it again throughout day 2 and here early on day 1. Ivan will call sort of wide from the small blind. So this 9-5-3, yeah, seemingly dry, but he can have various pairs, whether they be middling pocket pairs, a hand like 6-5 suited, 9-8 suited, even a hand like 4-3 suited. Clearly we can see it's the King 7 of diamonds now adding equity. And surprisingly checks it over. Thought maybe we could lead there. pretty clear that Zhuang has ace high. Just trying to get to showdown.
Liao just doesn't show much interest in coming after it. Zhang happy to
Flush draw.
show down the winner.
How much you play? 1-3, right? Ah, sorry.
1-4, yeah.
1-4, yeah. Haven't seen the other.
Nines for Liao on the button.
That's the hand of the day. For
Yeah,
Alvin.
it is. Going to cherish those.
Bit hot.
8-6 for Zhang.
Good.
Just let it go.
Ivan is feeling it, isn't he? Look at that stack, that tower, all the momentum, everything going his way. We should tell that guy on the floor he's getting some texts.
This is a pretty one.
Well, this is as pretty as it gets. Couple of birds.
On the button. Oh, and the Jack-10 of diamonds for Timothy Adams in the big blind, about 25 bigs behind.
There are two roads available.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy, that is the high variance one.
And the quest for back-to-back-to-back super high roller bowl rings for Timothy Adams is in danger. All in and at risk with the Jack-10 of diamonds against the aces, Victor Malinowski. Can Adams find a way? There is a path after he flops the open-ender. Now looking for an ace or a 9. Doesn't come on the turn. Needs it on the river to continue his hunt for that ring. Doesn't find it. We say good game to Timothy Adams. Out in fourth for more than $1.1 million. Brent, what a run for Adams. He wins Super High Roller Bowl Australia. He wins Super High Roller Bowl Russia. He finishes in fourth at Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
Yeah, he shows up on the grandest of stages, and he just continues to print money. It's limitless, though, adding to his stack. Only 3 remain. Everyone now guaranteed more than $1.6 million, Jeff.
We go to break. We come back three-handed for the ring. Stay with us.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Dvoris just flat. Let's see 3. No reason to put in a 3-bet or get yourself in a rather unfortunate all-in a call situation.
Flops a flush draw here. Chan's ace-9 is best for now, but Divorce the favorite in this hand.
Again, I expect Divorce with the nut flush draw just to come along for the ride. Chan should and could certainly have a king, a queen, value betting. At best, you're flipping.
He does indeed just call. Another king on the turn. Divorce checks. Chan checks back. 3 of hearts on the river. Divorce buries it.
And there it is. And Chan now, we assume that Divorce likely to bet the nut flush. Chan decision time on this river with ace high. What sort of bluffs could we potentially pick off? We don't suspect Divorce to be value betting a 7. Oh, look at this. He is going to check the nut flush. So this likely to let him off the hook. Ace-9 should have some showdown value. If we are betting for Chan, what are we trying to get to fold? It would have to be exactly a 7. Unlikely a queen would ever fold.
Yeah, he does check back.
There you have it.
Divorce was ready to spring the trap.
Oh, yeah. And Chan recognizing awfully thin, right? I mean, what are we repping? Maybe a thin bet designed to look like a queen, betting for value. Live to fight another day, see another hand. Further extending that chip lead now for Daniel Divorce. As Timothy Adams let us know, that is Mr. Toesies to us. A couple premiums here, 6 deuce and 7 deuce.
Divorce wants in with it, though. He's playing every button. Here comes Divorce with just 6 high. That'll get the job done.
Yeah, a little sneeze and take.
Yeah, Chan under 20 bigs now. It's there for the taking for Daniel Divorce. Already has the biggest cash of his career. Looking for his first major victory.
And not the biggest cash for Weilong Chan.
Not yet.
$3.2 million, his largest score, and that was for a second place finish in a Triton Series event, 2018. The Milkman, Mikita Badzakuski, won that. Richard Young in third. The Tickler, Sam Greenwood in fourth, and Jason Kuhn in fifth place.
Nobody will take it. It's fine.
Diamonds all around here. Chan limps in with the Jack-3 of diamonds.
Mentioned this guy, Daniel Divorce, that 29 cashes have occurred in 25K plus buy-in events. That's 88% of his career total earnings. How about this stat for Chan? 16 cashes in 25K plus buy-in events. good for 8.8 million. That is 98% of his career earnings. All he plays are high rollers, with the exception of his lone win on his resume, which, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, that lone win happened in an
APT event in
Manila.
And that win
good
was
for $7,000.
Yeah.
So his one win on his resume is good for $7,000. 98% of all of his cashes have happened in 25K plus events. I don't know what.
That's a wild one.
Perhaps he won a lottery of sorts, rode the crypto train all the way to Gravyland. My goodness. Just crushing poker. Immediately hopping in the 25K streets and annihilating.
Yeah, it's about a $200 buy-in that he played in Manila.
$200.
Yeah, took it down, got his
2011 for $7,300 bucks, his only title.
Started playing high rollers in 2016. Finished 7th at the Triton main event in the Philippines for $245K.
And he's been all in ever since, just blasting off in these high rollers and crushing. What a hero.
Forces 10 high is good here.
This Chan just feel inclined to have to bet here or something. And could Divorce consider looking him up with 10 high? He very well might. Would he value bet a 3 or a deuce? Maybe. Certainly a queen and a king.
Does indeed lay it down.
Nice little pot there for Chan.
Daniel Divorce, Wylong Chan heads up for the title of Super High Roller Bowl Bahamas. More than $4 million.
Oh.
Chan limps in, Divorce looks down at an ace.
All in?
All of it. Chan will fold.
First time we have seen this dynamic. Jumping all over the limp by Chan. Divorce looks at a dusty ace, good enough, move it all in, apply pressure, continue to accumulate. Almost feels like we're just sort of moments away from an inevitable collision as this structure has caught up to these stack sizes. Chan under 20 big blinds now. Not necessarily the danger zone, but certainly alarms going off.
Divorce limps in with the Queen Deuce diamonds. Chan checks.
And you can see with 300,000 chips in the middle, every single pot, that big blind ante so critical.
Yeah.
When you're short, Dvorak can simply just continue to lean on Chan and pick up 300K at a pop.
9-ball for Chan on this flop. Dvorak with the gut shot. Goes check, check. Another king on the turn.
I see a little value bet here with nines, and Dvorak unlikely to go anywhere with queen high. He knows that Chan should be stabbing with air in an attempt to pick up these all meaningful pots. Queen high can very well be the best hand, and it obviously has some equity.
Does make the call.
How about that?
Does river a queen.
I don't think Chan really has any choice, really, but to check. Maybe a blocker bet, throw out the minimum. He looks very uneasy. His whole disposition has changed, shifted ever so slightly, and Dvorak could consider a value betting a queen, getting called by a 10, a 9. 660,000 chips in the middle. Would be happy to just pull that back and continue to just lean and lean and lean on your opponent.
We'll check down and show the winner, Daniel Dvorak. You heard the voice of tournament director Paul Campbell. He says one more hand. Then we're going to take a color-up break.
There we go.
We'll get rid of those purple 5K chips. Our players will go off on about a 10-minute break. Take a look at the chip counts. Daniel Dvorak, a commanding chip lead. Can he get the job done? Weilong Chan, the short stack, about 1.7 million in chips.
Anything can happen, Jeff.
That
The
much
tournament
is true.
situation, we've seen it so many times.
The blinds have gone up. 75K, 150,000 with a 150K big blind ante. See Dvorak approaching a 9-to-1 chip advantage.
I mentioned before break that Chan wasn't quite in the danger zone. Well, we have reached that level.
This qualifies.
Roughly 10 big blinds. It is time to spin it up, and he needs to make it happen fast. You can see how much money is in the middle every single hand.
Dvorak limping in with the 8-4. Both players looking for their first major title. Dvorak flops top pair. Chan has the queen of clubs, backdoor flush draw. Chan will check.
Happy to bet here with top pair. Certainly would play for stacks if it came to that. I suspect it is just one and done. Chan likely looking to move on to the next hand. If deeper, maybe consider peeling, but not with this sort of hand.
He will throw his queen deuce into the muck. It's even more chips for Daniel Dvorak. Chan down to 10 big blinds. He's pulled off quite the comeback before. 51 entries, created a 12.7. And then there were 3. Brent, hit the music. Thank you. All guaranteed, more than $1.6 million. Welcome back to our final table coverage of Super High Roller Bowl Europe here at the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in Cyprus. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. Brent, what a wild first hour as we take a look at this leaderboard presented by GG Poker.
Wild, frantic, furious, and certainly some separation now amongst these remaining three. Limitless, Victor Malinowski, 4.6. Chip leader by a small margin, Ivan Liao. And our short stack, Ron Zhong. And Zhong now sort of just can go a little bit bananas, right? We can play aggressive. We need to try and accumulate. We're on the shorter side. I would expect, I don't know if it's fair to say gambling, but he's going to pick his spots. He's just going to go with it. Nothing really to lose.
Doesn't have to worry about that ICM thing. And,
how about that?
You know, you're probably going to go with 2 aces.
This helps, Jeff.
Lines up, I believe, 30K, 60K. The 60K big blind ante, so Zhang starting the hand with 20 bigs. Just one big blind for this hand. No small blind after the elimination of Timothy Adams. Yeah, we'll defend with the 8-7. And we'll flop a 7.
Guaranteed action for Zhang. Ivan connecting. For sure not going to give up middle pair. Sizes it up, yeah, 200.
Blue chips worth 5K, brown chips 25,000 a piece, white chips are 100K.
Cool.
Yeah, Dutch check call. Turn is a 9. Yeah, that's a gut shot to his pair.
See sort of the awkward pot size to chip stack difference. The SPR, stack to pot ratio. 750,000. He's going to go for a slight overbet. Could this look like some sort of draw in the eyes of Liao?
Who has no heart or diamond in his hand.
Zhang certainly hoping for a call.
Ooh, the call.
What's the count? In the tank here.
It's reasonable, Jeff. Presence of 2 flush draws. would be a slight favorite over a hand like, let's say, King, Queen of Hearts.
Running through some time banks.
Yeah, I've been thinking, well, Zhang has nothing to lose. It could absolutely just be bluffing with some equity. With one to come, maybe my 7's good. If not, I've got a little backup. Could make it straight. 2 pair trips. Just throw out 4 of them.
Probably what he owed, and he has plenty built up from this tournament. Hasn't used up too much time.
Call.
Wow.
Does make the call. Here we go. Ranjang, the one all in and at risk. Looking to dodge a 7, an 8, or a 10 to move up to more than 2.2 million in chips. You see Liao's outs on the top of your screen. Can Zhang find the double? He cannot.
Oh, gosh.
A 10 on the river. What a day it has been for Ivan Liao, who is now heads up for a super high roller bowl ring.
Absolutely sizzling right now, Ivan Liao. Just like that. We're already heads up for the title.
What a run by the 20-year-old wizard. We'll be seeing more of him. Ranjang out in third for more than $1.6 million. Taking one more break so we can get set for heads-up play. Victor Malinowski against Ivan Liao for the title and almost $3.7 million. We're back in 15. Stay with us.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it.
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Kerry Katz and Ali Amshurovich. Heads up for the title of Super High Roller Bowl London, presented by Party Poker Live. Jeff Platter with Brent Hanks in the broadcast booth.
There's my favorite hand.
Deuces.
Yeah, a couple mallards. Let them fly. Ducks on the pond. He knows. Kerry's going to do this for me.
All in.
That's letting them fly.
Wow.
All of it with deuces. About 1.5 million.
That is a duck of a different color. Just has to
He
fold
lays
ace
it down,
nine,
yeah.
Yeah, I need
Gotta
to
wait
know
for a
what
better
you have.
spot.
Huge overbet shove.
Kerry Katz
I have a
takes the
big hand.
chip lead.
Yeah, but
I mean, he's
with
50
your
big
big
blinds
advantage
deep.
heads up, you can't be gambling like that.
I might have had you dominated. It was pretty good.
Ace Jack?
Not ace jack.
Okay, not that big.
Ace 9. That's a big hand. What are you talking about?
Not even. If it was suited, you probably would have called.
What'd you have?
Huh?
You had 5s?
At deuces.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought.
It's exactly what it looked like, a small pair. I was just hoping that 1 in 17 chance that you didn't have a pair, and I'd be okay. It was You look kind of irritated, like you're going to raise me up.
Probably.
Yeah,
Cats
all right.
with the king deuce.
Is that even 30?
Sorry. I'm living in.
Cats flops a king. Gut shot for Ali. Cats turns 2 pair.
Now you're just spewing.
Just spewing.
Oh.
Check.
River another deuce. Cats will not be checking this one back.
Thought you were trapping?
But now he's just showing off for me, Jeff. He knows I love deuces.
All the mallards for you.
Yeah.
I guess you were trapping.
Another pot for Kerry Katz to now increase his chip lead. Back and forth we go. 2.1 million pounds to first. There is that chip lead for Kerry Katz. 57% of the chips in play. Both players assured of 900K. So a 1.2 million pound difference between first and second place. The next super high roller bowl stop will be in the Bahamas in November as part of Party Poker Alive's Millions Tour stop.
Man, you can bet that that's going to be a
That'll be huge.
much larger field. Again, we mentioned the regulations, the
Right.
compliance issues here in England. Bahamas, not so much. Part of a wonderful series being put on down there by Party Poker.
At the Bahamar. Lovely resort.
That's supposed to be awesome. I've never been, and I probably never
I don't
will,
think
Jeff,
you are,
but
yeah.
you can let me know
You
how.
and planes, you know, or any kind of travel.
Yeah.
Ali
And this is just a
with
stunning
another
call.
correct
Queen
queen high call.
That was a hell of a call.
Done this twice in heads
Big
up
hand,
play.
man.
Huh?
Big hand.
Yeah. Wow, what a call. That was incredible.
Great call by Ali.
Awesome stuff.
Mental note. No more floating. No more floating on an ollie.
Yeah, that's pretty
Are you actually going to listen
spectacular.
to it?
I had that clear shot at a running straight.
I mean, yeah, your hand can't fold.
We keep saying this, but we've seen just such unbelievable play throughout these last 2 days.
Yeah, how about Kerry? You know, he's kind of given us
Oh, what a sick
a
call.
little insight as to how he
It's a really good
plays,
call. Nice
floating in and out of position regularly throughout this event. Extremely creative.
And he is extremely impressed
Do one of my little annoying raises.
with Ali Msherovich. And that call with the queen high.
Okay.
Little min raise for you.
I can't fold to that.
I know.
Queen 8 deuce 2 spades. Just jack high for Kerry Katz.
Yeah, I don't think Ali's
Fires
going anywhere either
100K.
here. King Jack, Jack of spades in his hand.
Oh, he does check call. Does turn that flush draw. Goes check, check. The river is a jack.
This is painful for Kerry. Ali can bet for value here.
115.
That's what he'll do. He'll fire 115,000.
You may listen to those instincts again, Jeff, and find a fold, which would be pretty heroic.
Oh, I was not expecting that.
It's the only river that could have cost him. He'll use that time bank, giving him an additional 60 seconds to act.
That's a great
Yeah,
laydown.
lays it down.
Wow. Wow.
We just saw a terrific call from Ali Umshurovich. Terrific fold there by Kerry Katz.
And as many bluffs that these guys have been showing one another throughout the course of this heads-up battle, to run into a pair of jacks there on the river and to find a fold, that is just excellence by El Jefe.
Have anything good?
Yeah.
Queen?
You? No. King clubs jack, or king of spade jack clubs. So it's not. I had a spade with a club. It was king jack. I don't know exactly what this is. What'd you have?
Jack.
Huh?
Jack 5.
Yeah, jack too.
Yeah.
Big laydown.
Third time in heads up that they've had the same hand.
Yeah, boy, and you were right about Ali's opening sizes. He has really changed things up. Rather than the min raise, he goes for more than 3x.
Yeah. With plenty of limping in on the
How
button.
much do you have now?
Ali has a ton of heads-up experience, both online and live.
Just under 1.6.
Huh?
Just under 1.6.
Oh, okay. So it's still pretty close.
Yeah.
It is still pretty close. An absolute battle. Same hand again. The 9 deuce suited for Kerry Katz.
Oh, Montana bananas everywhere.
Yeah.
$240.
Oh, my.
Oh, Ali with the 3-bet. He sure has balanced those 3-bets.
Yeah, he's
Sometimes with it, sometimes without it.
dynamic.
Wow. With so many players, that's just a snap fold onto the next one.
Snap fold onto the next one, even undisciplined, just a call, C3, but 9 deuce. One of the worst hands you can be dealt. How do we turn it into a winner? We 3-bet. We take that thing down,
3-bet
4x
big.
over the min, knowing we get so many folds. Well executed by this young man.
Goes back to limping in on the button, this time with the 10-6 of clubs. Katz looks down to 10-9.
Cat says, it's my turn, buddy. Here we go,
Makes it
155 to go.
155K. He's capable of some big raises. Ali not going anywhere.
Yeah, 10-6 suited. I mean, we got a C3.
340,000 in the pot. Club in the window. It comes 10-8-4 with one club, top pair for both. Backdoor straight draws for both.
Yeah, Kerry, you can see 73% of the time he's going to win this thing with that kicker.
Ali the one with the backdoor flush draw.
Will he size this up? He is.
Looks like it. Looks like 300,000. With 750K behind. He makes the call. 940K in this pot. Turn. Ace of hearts.
This favors Kerry, remember, pre-flop. He was the one that made it 155,000 to go out of the big blind.
Oh, he limped in on the button pre. Called that raise from Kerry. Called Katz's flop bet. Comes a time bank.
I'll tell you what, a shove here would be absolutely filthy by Kerry, and Ali would have an extremely painful decision to make.
mulling.
There is that shove.
Such a
Got an
great
8.
all-in. Think about the draws that have now come into play. Queen Jack, and look at this. Yeah, he's going to reluctantly give it up.
That
That's a
10
great
goes
fold
into
by
the muff.
Ali.
You
Yeah.
absolutely. The full-on display of top-level poker throughout this tournament. It has been a treat just to sit back and watch.
Hefe, man, just goes with his gut there. He felt he had the best hand. He knew that ace favored his range, had the advantage, and he put
If a
Ali
blank
to
comes on the turn, are
test.
you calling it all in?
I had 10.
10 what?
10, 6 of clubs.
Oh, that card saved you. I had a 10.
Oh.
Better kicker. Let me see what I got here.
Cat slims in on the button. Oh, sorry, he fired off his small blind. Now he'll look at his cards and fold.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hit him with the button.
I'm sorry about that.
Nah, you're good. I did hurt a little bit.
You're gonna have like a workers' comp claim. Sorry about that.
Nah, you're fine.
They've been tossing the button and chips back
Every time
and
I've
forth.
thrown it too short.
Yeah.
I gave it a little more.
Guess the button just
Got a
drilled
little too much
Ali.
momentum going on that one.
Takes all his chip. Now he tries to take his right arm.
Steal your chips and then break your hand.
It's fucked up.
There's that big raise again from Ali.
I can't play this.
Cats falls
That's
to
your hand.
10-6.
10-6. You must have
Suited?
been. You must have been suited.
Clubs.
Oh, the backdoor stuff too, huh?
Yeah, I know.
Carries.
15K, 30K, 30K.
Yeah, Kerry's got to be feeling good, man. He's got Ali on the ropes.
Yeah.
All the momentum.
Who will join the likes of Brian Rast, Rainer Kempe, Christoph Vogelsang, Justin Bonomo, Isaac Caxton, Kerry Katz, Daniel DeVos, and our fourth place finisher, Timothy Adams. Nailed it, huh? Welcome back to Super High Roller Bowl Europe. It's either going to be Ivan Liao or Victor Malinowski joining that list of Super High Roller Bowl winners. Brent, we take a look at the chip counts presented by GG Poker. A slight lead for Ivan Liao, but they are very deep entering heads-up play.
They certainly are, and they're familiar foes, especially at the high-stakes cash game scene. Now a chance to square off in a tournament format. Heads up for the title, the ring, and nearly $3.7 million up top.
Both are assured of almost $2.5 million. So this heads-up match for about 1.2. 30K, 60K with a 60K big blind ante.
$130.
Liao opens on the button. Malinowski looks at a good one
130?
right off the bat. Ron Zhuang out in third, excuse me, for more than $1.6 million. Timothy Adams eliminated in fourth, more than $1.1 million. Peters out in fifth for $820K. Vyacheslav Boldigan, Busto in sixth for a little bit more than $500,000. Malinowski flops an ace here. Check 10 on the turn, gut shot for Ivan.
A little bit of life for Ivan. Let's see if Limitless decides our ace is plenty good. No, just going to keep it very small, casual, calm.
75.
Yeah, I'll come after it here. 75,000 chip bet. Blue chips were 5K a piece, brown chips 25Ks, white chips 100,000 each. raise. To 275,000.
Perhaps the very small sizing, 75,000 on the turn, indicator of hand strength. Limitless now pouncing. 200 more to go.
Liao not going anywhere. River is a 6.
I have to imagine that Limitless is giving Liao some sort of 10 or king that may have had a little equity. King Jack,
450.
10 Jack. We're targeting one of those hands. Nobody home, as we know. Just Queen High for Ivan.
Decent start for Malinowski to even things out right off the bat at Super High Roller Bowl Europe, presented by GG Poker and Luxon Pay. Guarantee from Merit Royal Hotel and Casino in Cyprus. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks in our broadcast studios in Las Vegas. A flurry of eliminations to kick off this final table coverage.
NT, yes, okay. Oh. How much?
Flings it in with the 9-3 off. As the oh so slight chip lead. Misses flop. Just turn the open ender. We'll go small again.
Getting it just a fine price, ace 10 maybe. We think it could be the best hand. I don't think we're done.
Come along. River brings another 4.
Sort of a clean run out now for the ace 10. Can we give Ivan a 4? Yeah, sure.
335.
Oh my, it sizes this one up.
It's 325,000.
And it's sort of a 4, a straight or nothing, right? Would he do this that quickly, this sort of sizing with a king? Ivan that's a great play.
Yeah.
It's gonna work.
Making it happen with 9 high is Ivan Liao out of Malaysia. More than $9 million in career tournament earnings entering the day as we take a look at the leaderboard for the PokerGo Tour presented by Guaranteed Rate. Liam Shurovich is not going to have terrific memories of Super High Roller Series Europe or Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
Yeah.
Same could be said for Kerry Katz, 5th on that list.
It's good for everybody else.
That's true.
Trying to be in contention. Ali had an opportunity to really separate himself, and last night, bit of a punt.
So, David Peters made the biggest move on the PokerGo Tour leaderboard. He is now in 6th place, right outside the top 5. These two are certainly willing to play ball heads up. Liao raises Malinowski the 3-bet with the 7-6 of spades.
It takes 2 to tango. I'm certainly, if I'm in Ivan's seat, never folding Ace-5 suited heads up. Here we go.
Jack 10-10, 1 club, no spades. Eight on the turn. Got shot for limitless.
Maybe now as we add a little equity as the aggressor, Malinowski can get away with it. Come in with a bit of a delayed c-bet. Bit of a down bet, which we are seeing more and more of these days. Less than how much he re-raised pre.
And it works. Gain the chip lead. There it is for the man we know as Limitless, one of the best online players in the world. Entering the live high roller scene this week in Cyprus. At 700K in his career in live tournament earnings, going to take home at least 2.4 million. For Ivan here. It's Victor firing. Check calls.
Sure.
Turn is a 9. Straight draws for both. Malinowski, the open ender. Keeps coming forward, betting 700,000.
Cool.
Yeah, makes the call. More than 2.2 million in the middle. And the river is a 6.
Oh my.
Malinowski gets there. Now the question becomes how much? Firing a time bank, granting him an additional 30 seconds to act.
longer he takes, you sort of wonder what could Ivan now be thinking. Would he ever go absolutely nuts with Queen 8, realizing that he could turn it into a bluff? As we know, it would be ill-advised. Queen is a key card. An attempt to maybe represent a 7, a similar holding that Malinowski actually has.
That is 900,000. Yeah, just gets out of the way.
Wow.
What do you have?
Limitless will show the 7, show the goods. You're right, intriguing bluff candidate though, not
It
obviously
was,
against
yeah.
that specific hand.
And these two, by the way, you know, just showing him the
Yeah.
winner. They have such a great relationship. They battle all the time. A great deal of respect for one another. Limitless easily could have just sort of tortured Ivan and thrown his hand into the muck, let him think about it. He just says, no, man, I got the straight.
Raise 130.
King for Ivan.
$90.
A bet and a win for Liao. His previous best career score came at World Series of Poker Europe in 2018. He won the 100K for more than $1.4 million. This marks Liao's 4th career 7-figure score. The first for Limitless in the live realm.
Raise 150. G75.
Wow.
Interesting.
9-4 puppy paws.
Small 3-bet.
Ivan just coming back with a
25,000.
little aggression, going to work.
Yeah.
I don't know if either one of these guys will ever fold a button. We certainly know with the big blind ante in play, you absolutely should not. You're just getting such a tremendous price.
$130.
Small sample size, but Liao seems to be raising most buttons, if not
Yeah,
all.
that's his style. I don't think he limps very much. Extremely aggressive player.
Victor happy to call with 2 5s. 10-6 deuce. Another 6 on the turn.
I have noticed Ivan has a tendency to just shut it down. If he doesn't hit a hand after raising, he's just happy to check down whatever it is. Small sizing. Does Ivan decide to go bananas? Wow, how about this?
Come along with the jack high. Versus 7.
Now, what sort of trick does Ivan have up his sleeve? Ivan might think he's up, or excuse me, Victor might think he's up against an ace high or king high sort of holding. He's going to block for a little bit of value with these 2 5s, but here it comes.
Oh.
This is all part of the plan. It says, I've got the 6.
390.
Makes it 390,000.
It's small too. Just looks so milky and value-y, right? Like, yeah, call me, baby. Just jack high.
Okay then. Limitless looks him up with the 5s.
Ooh.
Game on.
Yes, sir.
Maybe
No
it
good.
works if Ivan
You know
sizes that thing up.
No good. Test me bluff.
I wasn't happy when you raised.
10-6 for Malinowski. We see Ivan's going to look down at a good one.
Raise.
Quickly 3-betting.
390.
390.
We saw Victor throw away the 9-5 off. He may do the same sort of thing here with just 10-6. Yeah, not good enough.
Raise 130.
Malinowski with 5s again.
Well, we've been here before.
Yes, we have. He say 1 club.
Every time Ivan has jack high, Victor has pocket 5s. See if it plays sort of similar. I don't think that Victor expects Ivan to check back too many aces, even if he had trips.
Ooh,
Oh.
Malinowski counterfeited.
Yeah. Frustrating card, just gonna give up.
Yeah.
Counterfeit.
Counterfeit indeed.
小张，我爱你。
We're at Royal Hotel and Casino playing host to Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Presented by GG Poker and Luxon Pay.
Absolutely gorgeous resort, beautiful venue. All the players spoke very highly of this series, ones I've had a chance to talk to on the side. Just a tremendous operation.
Big blind 60.
I do hope we'll be back next year, this very resort, for the Super High Roller Series as well as the Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
25. 130.
100.
30.
A lot of people are saying that we'll join them in Cyprus. We'll be there in person.
A lot of
Many
people have said that, yeah. A few hundred have said that. Cabana on the beach. Maybe a broadcast from a yacht out on the Mediterranean Sea, Jeff.
Great trip. Looking forward to it. First place prize of $3,690,000. Second place, almost $2.5 million. Ivan Liao versus Victor Malinowski. Final two out of the 41 entry field. That field included the likes of Phil Ivey, Tony G, Jimmy Schindler, Stephen Chidwick, Gary Katz, Liam Shervich, who was eliminated on the bubble by that man, Victor Malinowski.
Race.
All of a sudden now we might have a pot. 3-bet. King 9 heads up. At this stack depth is worthy of a call. Ivan has been very aggressive thus far. Fourth or fifth 3-bet, I believe.
855. Ivan's ace high is best.
$950 out there. Ivan only has to flick in 120, a couple overs, spec or straight draw in his mind.
To one, but lays it down.
Wow. Here comes Ivan.
A little bit more than 10 million chips in play. Out of 3-2 chip lead, a little less for Malinowski.
It's been a fast and furious final table
Yeah.
up until this point. I expect quite a long heads-up battle. Now, anything can happen. State of coolers. These guys are very deep.
Yeah. I think it'll still go pretty quickly. They've both
Really?
shown willingness
To fight,
get
play
some
big
chips in
pots.
the middle. Yeah, I think it'll move.
Maybe one of them's got a plane to catch.
Perhaps.
Just got to get this show
On
on
to
the
the
road.
next
Yeah.
stop. Malinowski looks down. Not just the king of spades, but the king of diamonds as well.
Raise 150.
10-6 of clubs for Ivan, not going anywhere. King 8-7, the top set in the gutter for Ivan.
Well, I certainly know what the fans at home are rooting for on this turn. For the inevitable fireworks, a 9 would give Ivan a straight.
Queen of diamonds on the turn, another check from Liao. $400K is the bet. Quick fold by Ivan.
What you have?
Okay, kings, I swear. Top set. You'll see later on, anyways. Yeah.
Still at 30K, 60K with the 60K big blind ante.
130?
It just seems seems like it's every button for Ivan making
Yeah.
130.
He passed with 8-3 offsuit. I noticed that.
Yeah.
8-4 though. Let's kick it up.
125.
Just keeps coming with it.
About 2.5 million for second, about 3.7 million for first. This is Victor Malinowski's
4.
second live final table of his career.
That's at just a second.
And he's heads up for a super high roller bowl ring.
Wow, I didn't realize that. What was his first?
2019 at a 100K EPT event in Monte Carlo.
Results?
Finished in 7th for
Okay.
295K, which was his biggest live career score.
It's amazing. This guy can be so talented. He's won, well, unlimited amounts of money online, known as Limitless.
Makes rare appearances.
And the total live earnings, about $700,000. That is going to skyrocket here today.
That's 17th on Poland's all-time money list. And he's already assured himself of moving up to second on that list.
Who's number 1 in Poland?
That would be Dmitry Urbanovic.
Oh, Urbanovic.
Yeah.
Wow.
More than $6 million for a tournament earnings.
Used to try and draft him in all of the World Series of Poker fantasy drafts.
He always had a lot of hype going into World Series, but never really performed at the series. He's been great year-round except for the World Series.
He's due.
He is due. He probably has to draft him again. Limitless seems to be raising every button as well. Bet by Limitless. River's an ace. Quickly checks.
Gonna go for it here, Jeff. 5 high.
In prime position to pick it off.
And snapped. And
oh,
yeah,
Call. There's the win. Inch closer to even.
Okay.
Take it for Ivan.
Both players playing quite fast. Do appreciate that. Not a lot of tanking going on. But a heck of a heads up thus far.
Ivan Leah eliminated Vyacheslav Boldigan in 6th and David Peterson 5th. Malinowski busted Tim Adams in 4th. And Liao got there against Ron Zhuang to bust the 20-year-old in 3rd.
Another 3-bet from Ivan. And another sort of pretty hand for Victor. 8-4 suited, heads up.
Call. $10-7-5. Gut shot for Victor. Top pair for Ivan.
Perhaps considering this
750.
sort of texture. There it is.
Makes it 750K.
Gonna shoot it up just with a gut shot. We're going to play our second largest pot thus far, heads up. This could escalate even further.
Yeah.
750.
Oh, nice. Thought he was going to bump it up. Makes the call. Turn is a queen. More than 2.3 million in the middle. Liao with 3.5 million behind.
Not a favorable card for Victor. If we're ever worried about Ivan just coming along with some broadways.
Jack of hearts on the river.
However, this now all of a sudden could potentially change things. Do we ever try and rep a flush or a hand like 8-9?
With that 8 in his hand. Does he think the door is open?
Right, if we think we were just up against the 10 at this point, going check, check, maybe we have to pull the trigger. Just 8 high, 2.3 million in the middle.
Time bank used for an additional 30 seconds to act. 2.4 million. The opportunity too good to pass up for Malinowski. Can Leal find a call here with ace 10? Run through some time banks here. Does the bluff get through? It does.
Oh, you have.
Wow.
Bluff.
Bravo. I want to call.
Incredible.
I had a straight draw on flop.
So we take a look at the Poker Go Tour leaderboard presented by Guaranteed Rate. Liam Shervitz, Sean Perry, Sam Soverell, Sean Winter, Kerry Katz are top 5. David Peters now in 6th. Seth Davies moving up the ranks, Brent, after a win in the 50K, the Post Slim.
Yeah, they played that in one evening.
Indeed.
Just last night. Big score per set. That little heater continues over in northern Cyprus.
Almost. There's
Now it's Leo with aces. Malinowski about a 2-to-1 chip lead now. Could be in some trouble here though. Pops a pair of 4s. Check calls. Turn brings a 5. Malinowski leading here, tune of 150,000. Calls. Reverse the Queen of Diamonds. Yeah, just checks back the aces.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't eke out a little bit of value. Maybe just keep it safe, drag a pot. So a little separation between the two, but a much needed pot.
There we
for
go.
Ivan.
The ring on the table.
Huh?
That will be accompanied by $3,690,000. $41 entries, a prize pool more than 10 million. 6, 2 diamonds. Here for Limitless. Straight draw and backdoor flush draw for Liao. Goes check, check. Turn brings another 9. That leads. Malinowski calls. There's a 10, 600K in this pot. Yeah, I'm not gonna go for it. Victor happy to check back with the 6. Pours himself a little tea. King Jack of clubs versus ace deuce of clubs. King at 9-5 with 1 club. Limitless check calls. Turn brings a 6. River's a deuce.
I don't think the deuce really changes much. Would expect a value bet out of Malinowski, top pair, and Ivan likely just has to let this go.
Size up here, which is kind of cool. Slight over bet.
Unless it's, you know, 10 jack, queen 10, queen jack. We beat those hands.
Yeah, just find the fold. Get shown the goods. Malinowski up to almost 7 million.
Yeah, pulling away.
Pretty smooth ride so far.
He's got some nice value when needed. Ran that sick bluff with the 8-4 diamonds.
Raise.
Malinowski gets one through there with the 9-6. Final two. Super High Roller Bowl Europe presented by GG Poker and Lux on Pay. Ace Jack for Leal, fours for Limitless.
Yes.
Hasn't really shown any interest in 3-betting free. It does flop a set of fours. Turn is a king.
130.
Like 150.
Check raise.
Ivan, very fortunate to have
Yeah.
not connected. This rather large pot.
Straight. Ooh.
Victor will show him again.
You king? No, no king.
It is about a 70-30 advantage for Malinowski. Leal still fine, plenty deep.
Raise.
Go, go, go.
Jack 8-5, fives for Leal. Jacks for Victor, quickly checks back. Turns 2-pair. Full.
Riding hot.
I have it. I have 5.
Good fold.
Almost sheepishly turned his cards over again. Say nothing you can do, Ivan.
It's been all Limitless thus far.
Okay.
Making hands, running bluffs, smooth sailing, Jeff.
Oh. 40? Raise.
King 9-3, 2 spades.
1, 2, 5.
Gorgeous flop for Ivan. Malinowski does flop a pair. Turn is the 4 diamonds, and now flush draws for both.
Oh boy.
27, 280.
Would Limitless ever consider? No, he's just going to take the equity.
of spades. Flush comes in for Ivan.
Much needed 7-figure chip pot going to be heading in the direction of Ivan Liao. Big bet, sizing it up. Here we go.
This hand. I had a 3-5 diamonds. But
you guys can let us know from 6:30 and up, whenever you want to take the dinner break. It's
up to you.
We don't have it scheduled.
Yeah.
Whenever is comfortable for you, convenient.
See what they figure out. In the meantime, 10-minute break. Before we go on break, a quick look at the chip counts. Malinowski up at almost 7 million in chips. Liao a little bit over 3. Heads up play resumes. When we come back, you are watching Super High Roller Bowl Europe presented by GG Poker and Lux on Pay.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
The river to heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it.
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Kempe checking his king high over to the queen high of Holtz.
Holtz with a hand with very few prospects going forward as far as improvement or making a hand, so sometimes you do just try to take it down.
Check, check. Okay. Well,
I will make it a little clearer next time.
Turn as a king, pairing Kempe. That'll eventually be reflected on your screen. Like magic.
That's why you're the best.
Don't bluff the viewing public.
480,000.
Rather sloppy 480 put out there, but doesn't matter how you deliver the bet as long as it gets in there.
Sloppy, neat, or in between. 480's 480. Takes it down. Can't harp enough on the stamina, mental endurance required to play for this many days straight for this kind of money under this kind of pressure. Sure, these two are exhausted, but given that they're both about 15 years old, I think they have a lot of energy left in the tank.
Right. And at what point are they going to do their homework is the real question.
Raised to 400,000.
Right after tournament play concludes,
Call.
they'll be preparing for the
Right.
European SATs.
Actually reminds me of a story, a pro by the name of Brian Hastings,
Check.
famously winning over $4 million playing online poker the day before his last final at Cornell University. And if I remember the story correctly, he kind of said, I don't know about that final. After the $4 million gets shipped your way.
That's pretty strong. Sure, we'll be seeing Brian this summer. Another player who could have
530,000.
showed up in this event.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
Only
so-
49 slots, though, you know?
Just so much talent, both playing and not playing.
Kind of incredible to imagine that you could find more people that want to buy into a $300,000
Yep.
event than there are seats available for him. As we look at our tournament summary,
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
$3.5 million and $5 million for second and first respectively. And of course, Eric Seidel busting in third place. Kind of surprising considering he was really nursing a short stack for most of the final table, and certainly down to four-handed, it looked almost guaranteed that he would finish in fourth, and all of a sudden, the minute Phil Hellmuth got down to the short stack, he was gone in fourth. And
Seidel
$800,000 jump from 4th to 3rd.
And Eric really making the most of not the greatest cards.
Right, and quite honestly, his discipline earned him an extra
80, right?
$800,000.
And one of those,
Yes.
right? I don't
50%
remember
more
last
money
time.
than
Yes.
the 1/6 for 4th.
Yeah.
Part of the reason why he's amongst the winningest players of all time.
Absolutely.
Career earnings rapidly approaching 30 million.
Staggering.
It truly is.
But non-rainer.
Ja, 7 oder so. 4.8.
Raise 400,000.
And I don't want to say or use the word forgotten.
That's good.
Because that's a gross overstatement, but there is another man who didn't show up here and who might be making a return to the no limit high roller circuit, or could always be a force. Mr. Phil Ivey.
Sure.
Always tough. We didn't see him here in this event.
Sure.
Plays a lot of cash games, doesn't always come around for tournaments, and how fun it would have been to watch him spar with the youngsters at this final table.
Absolutely. From a table presence standpoint, I don't think you can get any more uncomfortable than when you're looking up at Phil Ivey's intense stare. Those eyes.
Never more presence at a poker table than Ivey.
You guys have played cash, I assume? Before?
We have. We've played quite a bit.
Check.
Sensational mixed game player.
Ace 8-7 on the board.
Check.
Plays all the games exceptionally well. No limit hold'em included.
Fedor checked his 8s on the flop, and now on the turn, Kempe picks up an open-ended straight draw, the bad end.
Yes, he does.
Check.
Checks a second time to Fedor.
Check.
You can really feel the work they've put into the game away from the table shine through when they're at the table. It does feel like on different textures they think in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a way that goes so much deeper than
yes
you and I are accustomed to going with our cash game approaches for, you know, various reasons, but including because they're that good.
Right, but also
check.
Part of the reason is that each pot is so critical in tournament poker, especially as the tournament progresses. Often pots and cash games, it's not that they play themselves, but the weight of each pot is not magnified by your situation and other exterior factors, but it is a great
Bet 450,000.
great lesson, a great reminder to think critically about all situations. Try to improve away from the table.
Right.
And have fun. Play your game.
Yeah. I think the fun thing, I certainly remember that prior to poker being a primary source of income for a period of my life, the game was so incredibly fun, and I think that you do become a little bit jaded, and it as you start to approach it with the pressure of making it one's career, and you become so aware of just
Right.
how improbable certain outcomes are,
Right.
you can start to lose that sense about it. But it does seem as though these two genuinely enjoy what they're doing right now. But call me in a decade, son. See if you still got that doughy-eyed, bushy-tailed vibe about you. Only teasing, of course.
I remember when I was about 17, I was playing online, and I certainly was very inexperienced. Very rough around the edges player, but I was playing only no limit hold'em at the time, and I just sort of realized that on very dry boards or paired boards, often people could not withstand a lot of pressure, and that was the first time I felt like I had a breakthrough in my game, and it was very raw and not the most advanced strategy, but if there was a pair on the board
10 high.
and we were deep enough, I would attack. I would begin overbetting, and I would get a lot of folds.
What's end?
And it was the first time I felt the magic. I felt like I discovered something about poker, and of course that idea today is incredibly simple, and it's been long discovered. People know exactly how hard or easy it is to make hands in a variety of spots, but that was the first time I got the bug for the game.
Sure, when all of a sudden you feel like you can translate what you're seeing out there. You speak the language. You kind of picked up on something, and now
exactly. And I think most players have that moment where they realize, oh my God, this works, or I really like what I'm doing here.
But I got to tell you, Nick, those days where the game felt so incredibly easy are far in the rear view.
They are, but I'm happy that they are, because it's a challenge that I love to have the opportunity to have, and it just, it's growth, and it's really.
Welcome back to Heads Up Play. Playing for the title, for the super high roller bowl ring, and for almost $3.7 million. Welcome back to Cyprus and the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino. We take a look at the leaderboard presented by GG Poker and Bren. It's quite the chip lead that Victor Malinowski has now established.
Yeah, separated himself, although Ivan critical pot before break, able to sort of get back into this thing. Long ways to go. Jeff, we've seen it time and time again. These heads-up matches, just anything can happen. It's a teeter-totter effect. You're just never safe.
Leal versus Malinowski. Lines up 50K, 75K with a 75K big blind ante.
Thank you.
190. $1.9.
Puts Leal out a little more than 40 bigs. Beats for both. Chop it up. here. Raise just about every button. Oh. 7 on the river.
Yeah. Another one for Victor. Ivan just has to call.
Go.
Let's make the call, see the bad news. Chip lead extended.
Just tuning in, we are heads up. Nearly $3.7 million for first place. Massive amounts of money on the line. And the match has pretty much been all this guy.
Yeah.
Victor Malinowski, also known as Limitless online. Slowly but surely continuing to pull away from Ivan Liao, but perhaps that could all change right here.
190.
Raises with the 6-4 spades. Ace queen of diamonds for Ivan Liao. The 3-bet is to 480. Sizing has been pretty small throughout on these 3 bets. Eight, 7, 3, 2 diamonds, the gutter for Malinowski, the ace high flush draw for Liao.
We've seen this kind of dynamic texture situation before where Victor elected to raise with a gut shot. Maybe here, yeah, we're just going to play it a little bit more coy.
Okay.
Turn brings another 8.
This could slow down the raging bull that is Ivan Liao. Have to be awfully cautious, thinking your opponent could now have trips. Clearly not going to fold the nut flush draw.
Limitless will fire 425K. Now comes along. Reverse the deuce of spades, the quick check by Liao.
Brick sitting, and now will Victor just move it in? No, he's going to shut it down. Wow. You may be disappointed to see the holdings of Ivan Liao. One more barrel may have done the trick.
而家街磚熟啊，應該熟啊。
to 4 million. It up. Malanowski calls. Four deuce.
$190.
Both players guarantee $2,460,000. First place worth almost 3.7 milli. This heads-up battle is for a little bit more than 1.2 million. And that super high roller ball.
Queen high.
Yes.
$190.
I know you love this hand, Jeff. Go 9-8
Oh,
hearts.
so pretty.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, it does flop an 8 and a backdoor flush draw. We checked it back. Picks up another one, gaining a little bit of momentum.
Raise.
Wow. Mixing up the 3-bets. Now Jack 7 off.
Well done.
Sending Malinowski back to the bedroom with that hand. Jeff, let me ask you something.
Yes.
When is the last time you played heads-up poker?
Probably a couple weeks ago. Played against our buddy Ben Ludlow. Heads up.
Just for fun?
right?
Just sat down.
Well, there
and
was
said,
a
"Let's
little
go"?
bit on the line, but
Like like a home game environment?
Yeah.
Okay, but how about like in a tournament format, or when you made it?
Probably online a couple months ago. Don't mean to brag.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
400.
Yeah, not a brag. You asked. Very relevant.
How did you?
Won it.
I think
of
I put
course.
properly.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty good at heads up. You know my track record in live heads up?
I'm sure I don't, but I have no doubt you're going to inform all of us.
It's very good.
Stats department.
We've had stats working on it. I am 1-7 heads up lifetime live.
1-7.
It's impressive, huh?
Yeah.
Oh no, just 1-6. Excuse me.
Oh, that's not as bad.
Just 1-6. Really not bad at all.
Wow. What's mine? Can you have the stats department look that up? I'm curious. I mean, I haven't played in 15 years. A couple of honeys.
Will it be his first 3-bet?
100, man.
Have we not seen a Malinowski 3-bet yet, heads up? That's astonishing. Ivan's done it 6 or 7 times.
There's a 3-bet in the snap fold. Let's see, Brent Hank stats just got back to me. Working hard today. And Brent, you are 7-1 heads up.
Sort of
That
the
is
stone
impressive.
opposite of you, huh?
Sorta.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Bit of a closer.
Well done.
Yeah.
Do you know your 1 second place finish?
My 1 second place finish. I remember losing in a little Bally's event with a bunch of friends. We played this nightly to Phil Collins, not the singer, but the poker player.
That one might not have made head.
Didn't make the cut, no. Other than that, no, I don't know what I lost.
Heads up. I mean,
oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I lost to Scott Seaver.
Yes, you did.
And I had him. He called me. He picked off a bluff. Oh, should have worked. It makes me sick.
120K between first and second in that
Oh,
one.
God. What? You know what I could do with $120,000 right now? I mean, oh. 7-1.
Pretty strong.
That's almost Helmuthian.
It really is.
I mean, he's 7-1 in the high stakes duel. Maybe I should be next up.
Will we hear from Helmuth today?
Today we get a final answer
Okay.
from Phil Helmuth. If he wants to rematch Tom Dwan or not. Of course, that is high stakes duel 3. We're going to be headed to round 3. TBD.
200K a person.
On who Tom Dwan will play. Let us know in the chat. Who do you want Tom Dwan to play in round 3? A rematch with Helmuth. Perhaps we bring in somebody new. Challenger. And my goodness, are there challengers at the door?
Lined up, huh? You know what I was thrilled to see when I walked in the door?
You mean of your own home or here at the studio?
Here at the studio.
I don't know unless there was a Nerd Focus energy drink. I can't even.
It was opening the refrigerator.
Really?
And seeing a case of Nerd Focus.
Yeah, you mean Smarter Than Energy? That cocktail?
I do indeed. If you go to nerdfocus.com and you enter the promo code POKER,
okay,
you'll get a 20% discount.
All right, let me go to nerdfocus.com, typing it in. Orders case, types in promotional code POKER, and that just saved me 20%.
It did. It's magic. And it's the good stuff.
That's a no-brainer for your brain. How about that?
Better,
You like that?
Yeah, that's very good.
Nerd Focus. So happy to have them as a sponsor.
$190.
call for limitless. Outflops lay out here. Got her for both.
Maybe a troublesome river card. The mindset of Malinowski. Are you ever concerned that Ivan could have had a sticky 6? Undeterred.
Race.
Oh.
1.1.
Ivan sees the opportunity
He's
here and
gonna
bumps
rep
it
that
up.
6. This is mightily impressive by Victor. Excuse me, Ivan running this bluff, trying to represent. Oh.
Okay.
It works.
Bluff?
Bluff.
Ace?
Well done.
Ace?
King.
Ah, nice.
That's great.
I don't think so. You have that. What you have?
Big fold.
Big 4. Whoa.
This is Ivan Liel's 4th 7-figure score of his poker career. Won the 2018 100K High Roller at WSOP Europe. More than 1.4 million. This is the 2nd live final table for Victor Malinowski. Mostly plays high stakes online. Good to see him in the live fields. And for him, it's good to see 2 9s on the flop.
Oh, finally the Montana banana. Fruitful.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere with ace high. Checks back.
Yeah, maybe a little sneaky. Are we concerned about the queen jack? That's possible. I'm surprised we'd let that flush draw have its fair share of free equity. Maybe this is just something Victor sees, senses that we don't, having his opponent stone dead. It's also sort of a mindset of playing a little rockabye baby if you think you're up against a 10. Let them feel nice and cozy and comfortable and then snag them on the river.
With a 350,000 chip bet.
Now even ace high is, wow, calls it off. Look at this.
Yeah.
That check back earned him the check mark, getting called and extending that chip lead even further now. Limitless.
Victor Malinowski busted Aleem Shurovich late last night to get us into the money.
Why it's so easy to hit the card?
$50K, 75K, 75K big blind ante.
$190. Give it them. Thank you.
Queen on the river for Ivan. Is this one up? Super High Roller Bowl Europe presented by GG Poker and Luxempe. Marriott Royal Hotel, Casino and Spa in Cyprus has been a terrific host throughout this tournament and the entire Super
190?
High Roller series. Excellent work by our production crew in Cyprus. Shout out to them. Along with producer Aiden here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Aiden Perizzo. I was like, can I just say Perizzo? He says, no, I'm not Italian.
Certainly not Italian.
But Perizzo. But no, Perizzo.
Perizzo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aiden's done a great job. We appreciate you, Aiden.
Absolutely. Our executive producer here is Dan Gotti. The Poker Hall of Famer, Maury Escandani, is the president of Poker Go. Most importantly, shout out to you guys watching at home. We appreciate you all tuning in.
Yeah. Good call. Sending the love to Dan and Maury, Jeff. It's the only way we get jobs.
I thought the only way was if like 10 to 15 people turn the gig down.
Well, that's
and
part
then,
of it.
then they eventually get to us on the list.
We're more of the very, very early morning crew.
Yes, yes.
While everyone else sleeps in.
3 a.m. call time. It's quite early.
Well,
but we're ready. Happy to get the call. That's $3.7 million up top. Both players guaranteed a payout of almost 2.5. Best career score for both.
Kind of a sloppy stacker is Victor.
Kinda.
Might be a little symbolic as to what his bedroom looks like at home.
If Bonomo were here, he'd make him clean that stack up a bit.
Oh, yeah, he is certainly.
Wouldn't let that slide.
The sheriff of chip stacks.
190.
I mean, look at that mess. When you play online all day, you don't have to worry about
That's
those
right.
things.
That's a good point. Five deuce, two spades. Malinowski with the queen of spades. Now with the wheel draw. Quickly goes check, check. And another 7 pops up on the turn. Threes and sevens.
Nice little value bet. Might keep queen high curious.
Ace high?
No. Got pair.
A
little pair.
I had queen 10.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard for the Poker Go Tour. It is presented by Guaranteed Rate. Ali, I'm sure a bitch on top. Perry Savro, Winter Cats. No movement in this top 5. You surprised by that?
I am shocked. I mean, not from Sean Perry, Sam Savro,
Sure.
or Sean Winter. They didn't make the trip. But for Ali, for Kerry, to not make noise on a trip in a series like this, that is, yeah, shocked. Especially Ali, who bubbled this very event, the hands of Victor Malinowski last night. Make sure you guys go back and check day 2 coverage. It was the final hand of the evening which sent us to this final table. Ali got 7th place for $0 and a hand that will probably be talked about for quite some time. David Peters, though, Jeff, with his score today, bowing out at this final table. He now jumps up into 6th place on the overall leaderboard, and all of a sudden a true contender and a threat to take home that Player of the Year title.
You want some change, maybe?
Poker Masters.
Yeah.
We'll be firing super high roller
I have
goal.
it.
Of course,
Okay,
that
okay.
Player of the Year, the
Give
Poker
you
Go Tour, presented
500.
by
Easy,
Guaranteed
please.
Rate. The winner for the Player of the Year will be decided and determined in December. More details to come on that. You know, if you win, Jeff, pile of cash.
You get paid.
You get paid. You get second, you get third, you get paid. Top 3
A little bit of
200.
incentive.
will all be earning money. And the trophy. Oh, the Player of the Year trophy.
Oh, have you seen it?
I've seen it. Oh,
Is it gorgeous?
it's gorgeous.
Sleek.
Stunning. It's almost as pretty as 3 aces on the flop.
Pretty in poker. Hold'em. Prettier in video poker when it comes ace, ace,
Just
ace.
need the kicker.
Well, and another ace.
That helps.
This is full of jacks. Limitless checks.
140.
Yeah, just checks it back.
Crap.
You good. รับจง ดูด้านแกง
All
好正能量我覺得。Race.
Now Liao.
40.
480.
3-betting the 7-3 off.
Okay,
And gets Malinowski to fold ace-8.
Wow.
Yeah, getting a little tricky.
Around 90.
190 raise.
10-9-4. Nice for Malinowski. Force for Liao.
140.
140.
Queen on the turn. Check, check on the river. Let's shut down best in.
Big line.
50K, 75K with a 75,000 big blind ante.
Raise. 195.
Right after 3-betting with the 7-3 off.
480.
Liao will do the exact same thing, except this time he has 2 queens. Nothing doing for Limitless. Thanks for checking us out on YouTube. Click that thumbs up button. Like the video. Click subscribe. Subscribe to the channel, easy. Click, click, boom, done. Thank you. Pride in here. A difference of about $1.2 million between second and first. call with the 8-4. Gutters for both.
Show me how to win with 7 deuce. You get a bonus in this game as well?
Don't believe so, no. Late C-bet, 300K. Well done. There's how to win with 7 deuce. You taking notes?
Yeah. Jotting it down right now.
Okay. A hectic pace was set early on. Very first hand of this final table. David Peters doubled out through Ron Zhuang.
190.
Flurry of eliminations took place afterwards. Vyacheslav Boldigin out in 6th. Peters eliminated in 5th after running into Ivan Liao's flop set of 9s. When Peters held kings on the Jack 9X. Timothy Adams out in 4th. Their Limitless opened on the button and Adams shoved about 25 bigs. The Jack 10 of diamonds right into the aces of Malinowski.
Malinowski's been playing catcher for a lot of these curveballs that have been thrown his way.
190.
Trapped Ali Amshurovich last night with ace-king suited. And then today, as you mentioned, Adams stuffs in the Jack 10 of diamonds right into his aces.
2 pretty good ones here and heads up. Liao 3-bets again with ace jack. Oski calls. More than 1 million in the pot. Jack 5-5.
A perfect flop for Ivan. And dangerous now for Victor.
Yeah.
It's hard to really get away from 2 9s. Certainly not considering folding on the flop.
On the turn.
Oh, so close to a 9 ball. I had to look twice. And even now, with this sort of smallish sizing, 480, you can see there's nearly 2 million in the middle. I don't know if Victor gets away from 2 9s.
Very tough to let go at this point. Call.
Once more, Jeff, look at this.
River's a blank.
If we're just a non-believer.
Well, it's a deuce of diamonds. I shouldn't say blank.
It does complete the flush, but
in.
this is 3-bet and now triple barrel with the ace-jack, which is the best hand.
We get 3 streets worth of value. If he does, he takes the chip lead. Difficult spot for Malinowski.
Biggest pot thus far. And it's about to get bigger if Victor makes this call.
See the pain look on Malinowski's face. Another time bank fired into the middle.
Oh, yeah.
30 seconds. Lays it down.
9-9.
Good fold.
Good fold indeed.
Oh,
that was right before
My,
break,
my.
too.
Phá 3 trường.
That drew an audience. All square. As we take a look at the leaderboard presented by GG Poker. Malinowski versus Liao.
Here comes the bull, Ivan Liao. Neck and neck.
Heads up play. When we come back, stay with us.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it.
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Score! Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
Over to Scott Seaver in the small blind with Queen 9 offsuit, and it's his turn to limp. Drinan in the big blind with King Jack. He just checks.
This is a very big hand to be checking.
4-8 Jack gives Drinan top pair and Seaver yet another gut shot. Scott bets 185,000.
And Connor will probably just call here. It's the type of board that he doesn't really have many hands that he wants to be raising with. And while this would be a pretty cool hand to raise, he does want to stay consistent with all the other stuff he's continuing with.
And as Jesse correctly surmised, Drinan does just call. Deuce on the turn is a blank. The applause meter checks.
And now Connor can start betting for value.
Drinan bets 275,000.
And Scott could play this a few different ways. His hand is still reasonably strong. He usually has an overcard and a gut shot. And he might think that he's winning sometimes as well. Connor does have some hands like 9-10 or 7-9 that he's beating.
The river is the ace of hearts, and Scott has missed his draw. He checks again. Drinan bets $500,000.
And this seems like a very good value bet by Connor. Both players are less likely to have an ace based on how pre-flop went.
Well, Seaver is still thinking with his queen high. What's he thinking about?
I think that Scott thinks that Connor can have something like 9-10 or 7-9 that peeled the flop and then tried to win it on the turn and is continuing to try to win it on a scary river card. He also knows that Connor doesn't have that many aces. So he has to be value betting something like a jack or an 8, which a lot of players don't actually do.
I'm going to look very stupid here. I'm going to look very, very stupid, but that's okay. Looked stupid before. I'll look stupid again.
10 seconds.
I think I'm just going to have to see it, though.
Wow. Queen high call. When you're right, you look like a genius.
Yeah, but when you're wrong, either way, it's a bold call. And he's definitely going to be right some of the time.
Mm-hmm. So Connor Drynan wins the maximum, and Scott Seaver reevaluates the allure. The crowd gathers on the rail for the 3 players left at the final table, and here's a look at how the chip counts stand. Rast now back in front with over 10 million. Seaver comfortably in second, and Drynan holding steady with over 30 big blinds. The players have all locked up over $3 million, but the pay jumps are steep now, with over $4 million between third and first. Brian Rast with kings in the small blind. And he just limps into Scott Seaver. We've seen him limp with marginal hands in this spot, which helps him disguise this monster.
Yeah, and his timing could not be more perfect. Seaver has a pretty big hand, 3-handed.
Seaver with 8s raises it to 420,000.
And now it's back to Brian, and it's between limp re-raising or just calling here and continuing to trap. And we know Seaver's hand, so we know re-raising would be a better option.
Rast thinks so too. He 3-bets to over 1.1 million.
And if you're Seaver, this is exactly the sort of spot that you don't want to be in. On the one hand, just calling isn't that much fun. You have to make decisions after the flop where you're really unsure of the strength of your opponent's hand.
Scott isn't really looking at Rast like he usually does. It looks more like he's running numbers in his head. Scott throws in one of his time bank cards.
Yeah, and Rast could probably rule out aces now. And for Scott, this is really tricky. Re-raising and getting your chips in might normally be a good option, but with Connor being so short stacked, you don't want to risk going out when you could have waited Connor out and made the pay jump.
I'm all in.
All in.
Wow.
Scott shoves with his 8, and it's a fast call by Rast.
And this is a disaster for Seaver. He's now a 4-to-1 dog with all of his chips in the middle.
It's not over.
And sitting next to him is a guy who has half of his chips and might now get a $2 million pay jump.
This is the first time we've really seen Scott looking rattled. An 8 on the flop. Wow. And look at Brian's face. He is not happy.
That's so brutal. He had the tournament all but clinched.
The 4 of spades on the turn gives Rast some more outs. A king or any spade but the queen, and he'll knock out Scott Seaver and go heads up for the title. And the deuce on the river means a huge pot going to Scott Seaver, and once again he is in the chip lead. Brian Rast was knocked out of the chip lead all the way to the cellar.
6.9, 7, 7.1, 7.15, 7.175, 7.18.
Brian's going to have to find a way to shake this off. It really requires nerves of steel to take a beat like that and keep thinking at peak performance and playing your A game. Brian's not the only person disappointed right now. Connor Drynan is probably cursing his luck.
Yeah, for Connor Drynan, that was about a $2 million bad beat.
I mean, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Nice hand, you know. I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Even if you call, you win all the money. So
Yeah,
there's just
there
no way
was no
anyone's.
fold. I was just tanking the whole time between call and jam.
A lot of interested people on the rail watching, including a lot of the high-stakes poker community.
And this is tough for Rast. He has to just clear his mind and get right back into the mix. He can't be thinking about the last hand.
But the 8s have shown up again, and this time they're in Brian Rast's hand. He's raised, and Drynan has queens in the big blind.
All in.
All in.
Drynan moves all in.
It's like 3.
And unfortunately for Rast, this is a snap call. And in back-to-back hands, Rast might lose almost all of his chips.
I have 8s. He has queens.
It's a bad spot for Rast. He's going to need to get just as lucky as Scott did with his 8s. Rast isn't the shorter stack, so he's not at risk, but if he does lose this, he'll be down to fewer than 6 big blinds. 3-3-4 on the flop.
And that is no help to Rast. He needs an 8 and an 8 only.
Boom. 8s are not lucky for Connor Drynan.
And 8s are the hand. Maybe, just maybe.
Only a queen will save Connor, or he is out in third. And he is out.
Oof. And that is just devastating for Connor. He just had back-to-back moments where he was essentially an 80-20 to move up in the payouts $2 million.
A dramatic end to three-handed play brings us to heads up. Let's hear from Connor Drynan on those heartbreaking 2 pocket 8s hands.
I mean, they were both pretty expensive 8s for me, but I ran well to get there. I got really lucky in it all in against David Peters earlier, so.
I like how they put the money on the table in these situations. If you'd managed to ignore the massive amounts at stake before, now it's impossible.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of piles of money.
Queen Jack for Scott Seaver. He raises it to $320,000. Brian Rast with Ace King offsuit.
Looks like he's cutting out a re-raise here.
He makes it $860,000.
And this is the type of hand that Scott's probably just going to call with. It plays pretty well after the flop, and he has position. Not to mention he's getting a fairly good price.
Nine, king, 4 means top pair for Rast, and yet another gut shot draw for Scott.
Scott has been pretty good at hitting his gut shots so far. And it looks like Rast is cutting out a bet.
He makes it $750,000.
And Scott's probably going to put some chips in here. He has a gut shot. He has a backdoor flush draw. And more importantly, he has position. So if Brian gives up on the turn, he can always put in a bet on the turn of the river and win the pot.
5 of spades on the turn gives them both a flush draw now, with Rast still in the lead.
This is a really bad card for Seaver. He feels as if he's picked up equity a lot. We know that his flush draw is no good, but it may keep him in the pot a little bit longer.
1.4.
Rast bets $1.4 million.
Welcome back to Cyprus, back to the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino, and back to Super High Roller Bowl Europe. We are heads up for the ring and for almost $3.7 million. Thank you all so much for joining us. Jeff White alongside Brent Hanks. We are at our broadcast studios in Las Vegas, Nevada. Brent, we take a look at the leaderboard. It is presented by GG Poker, and it is neck and neck.
Yeah, as close as it gets. And I noticed right before this leaderboard popped up, Ivan Leo, hood up, glasses on. He means business, trying to take home the title and defeat the wonderkin, Victor Malinowski.
Good start to the heads-up match for Limitless. But Liao has fought back. We do raise the blinds, 50K, 100K, with a 100K big blind ante, so about 100 bigs on the table. Evenly distributed at this point between the two. First pot back from break goes to Liao. No bluff 3-bet this time from Liao.
I don't think that we've seen Malinowski limp a button. He is.
I think he and Liao have raised every button except for the one you mentioned.
Just
that
a
Liao
one
folded.
random 8-3 offsuit.
Right.
Yeah. Not a single limp, always raising.
And just one pre-flop 3-bet by Limitless. Plenty from that man, Ivan Liao. Almost $2.5 million to second. Almost $3.7 million to first. Limitless happy to make the call with the Jack-10. Probably happy to flop the two-way straight draw.
Absolutely empty as Ivan, but that will not stop the bull.
It will not. Ball on the turn. Pair of 10s for Malinowski. Open ender now for Ivan Liao.
Yeah, all of a sudden now, a little bit of life.
Checks back. Rivers an 8, bringing in the straight for Limitless. Reaching, firing. Just 275,000.
On the smaller side, maybe. Accomplishes one of two things. Just to eke out value from a hero call, from a 9, 7. Or could we possibly induce a bluff and snap it off?
Lays it down. Brown chips worth 25K, white's worth 100K apiece. There's a look. Super high roller bowl ring that is awarded to our champion. It comes with $3,690,000. Ivan just calls with the 9s here. 3-betting his good ones quite frequently. Here just calls, it comes king 5-5.
Sort of surprised that we didn't 3-bet the 2 9s. Considering the sorts of hands he has been 3-betting that are quite raggedy. Just going to remain under-repped. Thus far, getting max value for these 2 9s.
Sure.
Malinowski would have folded pre-flop.
They're 5 on the turn.
I have to imagine Ivan realizes his 9s are very likely the best hand. Do not think Victor would have checked back a king, maybe once in a while the quads. It's over.
Bluff? Okay.
It's just about even. 41 entries in this field, creating a prize pool more than $10.2 million. We are down to our final two. And Ivan Leon, Victor Malinowski. Raise and take it for Ivan Leon out of Malaysia. More than $9 million in career tournament earnings. And no matter what happens here, he'll shoot up from 5th to 2nd on Malaysia's all-time money list, trailing only Paul Pua. And by that, I mean he'll move into 3rd, Brent. Just why? Almost got it right, though. Also trailing the other Trident founder and Richard Young. Ace Queen 10 all hearts. And I'll give it the 9 of hearts. $50K, 100K, 100K big blind ante.
Structure clearly has caught up to these stacks. About 52 and 48 big blinds, respectively. Still plenty of play. They're deep enough. But you're really just one sort of major collision away where it could all go in. It's been an absolute battle between these two.
Jack 9-6, jacks and 6s for Limitless. Couple backdoor straight draws for Ivan. Going to choose the check raise route. Unfortunately for Victor, nothing really doing for Liao. Malinowski out of Poland, one of the best online players in the world. He'll move up to second on Poland's all-time money list, trailing only Dmitry Urbanovich. I think the first walk that Liao receives.
That is the first one.
When he has two aces. That's painful.
Wow. We just talked about that.
Yeah.
Not a single
He had
fold
raised every
pre-flop.
button.
Yeah, everyone has been open.
Before Ducey lets go, Ivan peeled two aces. Does raise and take it with the 6-3 clubs. Well, Brent, I believe I called it. Said this heads-up battle would be over pretty quickly.
No, Jeff, I believe I called it. Told you it was going to be a very, very long match, back and forth. Ivan's got a little platter over there. It's like 4 different types of drinks.
I saw that.
What is he sucking
Now
down?
it's Victor with the goods.
Oh.
Ivan. I'm going to call it the 8-6. Jack 10 for all hearts. Queen of hearts. In the hands is limitless. 6 of hearts for Ivan. Nothing really doing. We'll continue though. Turn brings the ace of clubs.
I don't think that Victor is too concerned about the ace. We block king queen. Probably would have heard from that pre-flop given Ivan's 3 bets. And this bet is intended to simply just target a potential 10 jack, lesser heart. Wow.
Wow. Check call.
Ambitious.
Almost 1.6 million in the middle. River's a no good pair. Limitless will show down the winner.
I think that Victor was sort of surprised to see the turn call. Thrilled to show it down, and now reclaims a decent sized chip lead.
We're at the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in Cyprus. Super High Roller Bowl Europe. For Ivan. Got shot for limitless. Turn brings another queen.
This is going to get awkward for Malinowski, assuming that Ivan peels with the 7-6. Oh wow,
Which he does
He
not.
does not. Yeah. Sort of surprised. Thought we'd be coming along for the ride there. Carry on.
A little momentum for Limitless. Queen nine of hearts for him. Just limps in.
Wow, so we've
Shifting
seen
gears.
a limp and a fold. Perhaps the level change has altered Victor's pre-flop strategy as the stacks have certainly shallowed.
Happy to call here with that queen nine of hearts. Queen jack 8 with 1 heart.
All right, well, perhaps a little liftoff.
More than 1 million in the middle.
Ivan has been the aggressor. Will he slow down with this jack? He's not. He's marching forward. Believes it's the best hand.
Continuing to fire, and this time 350,000. 2.7 million behind. There's 1.4 million in the pot. Calls again. And the river is the king.
Oh my.
Kings and jacks. Ivan gets there.
This card might shut down Malinowski from wanting to call. A disastrous river. Weren't a believer thus far. The aggression, there it goes. That's just a great fold.
Great fold.
Everything
Quick
comes
fold, all
home.
things
Yeah.
considered.
King 10, ace 10, king jack.
Wow. Lay down by Limitless. Nice pickup for Ivan. Perhaps a much needed one.
Different
Would have been in a
river
little
call.
trouble.
That river.
Second button fold of heads up for Liao with the 7 deuce. $50K, 100K, 100K. Big blind ante. Got 100 bigs on the table. King 3-3, 1 heart. Malinowski picks that one up. Heads up grind with more than $1.2 million separating second and first.
Both players have quite a
Got
spread.
it all, yeah.
I mean, clearly high
teas,
rollers.
water,
What is
and-
going on? Yeah. Very fancy.
Yeah. Kind of like the setup we have in our broadcast studio.
Much like it. Also reminds me of, you know, what Helmuth likes to eat when he plays heads up.
Well,
I don't see any
they
candy.
seem on a
or
healthier path.
no pulled pork sandwiches, club sandwich, Sour Patch Kids, Pop-Tarts.
Pop-Tarts have worked their way into the mix of Phil Hellmuth over these last couple outings. And working in the limps, Liao checks with an ace. Malinowski out flops Liao. Turn is a 4, wheel draw for Ivan.
Nice little value bet here. Charge those lesser hands or a hand similar to ace-3. Make them pay the price to peel. See the river. Oh boy.
Wow.
600.
The small check raise.
Strong
Just
like
600,000 in the snap fold. Well done. He's had some pretty cool bluffs.
Jeff,
Have
if you
gotten
can't
through.
take the heat, get out of the kitchen.
You got it. I don't know why that was directed at me personally.
Well, I just think that's something you needed to hear.
Thank you.
Raise 200.
King 10-9, not anyone's favorite here. Now bets and wins, so we're effectively neck and neck once again. Malinowski, the oh so slight lead.
It's been very impressive watching Ivan get back into these matches. Malinowski's dwindled him down to roughly 2.5 million. Various stretches of this heads-up match, and Ivan just finds a way to use that raw aggression to rebuild.
You called him the bull earlier. Are you going with that?
He's the bull.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it. Bull, let's go. King high there.
Raise 250.
Ace Queen 9. except for that it makes Malinowski aces and fours.
Right back now to 6 million for Victor.
Won't really relinquish that chip lead. For Limitless. 10 of hearts on the turn. I have a king of hearts.
Well,
how about a straight for both?
Yeah. I had to look again. I thought it was a straight flush for Ivan.
It's not.
I know. I know, Jeff. It's not a heart. It's a diamond.
Chop it up. $100K, 100,000, big blind ante. Oh, isn't everybody very fond of a chop pot? Isn't that what they say?
Well, here's the thing.
Everybody is very fond. Everybody really likes it.
Nobody, absolutely nobody, likes a chop pot.
Really?
I don't care what you've heard. Little song and dance, little ditty. It just can't be true.
Bottom two for Limitless. Queens for Ivan. And queens and sixes now for Liao versus the queens and threes. 900K in the pot. That number will escalate quickly.
Wow.
It goes check, check.
How does that streak go check, check? That may have just saved Malinowski perhaps all of Ivan's chips. Let's see. If he sizes this thing up, maybe Ivan can only call.
Goes small, 300K.
Raise 950.
But this just looks strong, doesn't it?
950.
I think queens up is just too strong.
Yeah. Liao takes the chip lead.
What could have been?
Right.
950, right?
1.8 million chip pot to Ivan Liao. Perhaps could have been bigger as we take a look at the leaderboard for the PokerGo Tour. It is presented by Guaranteed Rate, and it does have Ali Amshurovich on top. Perry, Soberl, Winter, Katz round out the top 5. They'll be ready to play ball come the Poker Masters in about a week. Back coverage of the Poker Masters starts 1 week from today.
Who's going to be on the call for that,
You
Jeff?
and me, baby!
That's right. We're coming back for the Masters. And I think Ali here in first and Kerry Katz down there in fifth, they're coming back with a vengeance at the Masters.
Yeah, they're going to be frustrated after this week in northern Cyprus.
Something tells me they don't tilt quite like you and I do.
Right. But they'll still be ready.
They're very stable
Hmm.
emotionally. They're going to play great, Jeff.
I agree.
I've seen you when you get frustrated. I've seen you just storm off, walk away from the table.
A little exaggerated.
You
but
don't say
there's
bye
some
to
truth
anybody.
it.
You
Well,
just
no, that's not.
You
I'm
just hit the high
always
road.
a class act.
Muttering, kicking the wall.
Kick a wall. I mean, maybe if there's a chair by a slot machine on your way out available to kick.
Anger management. I mean, it's honestly,
It lasts like 12 seconds. Now Liao with the side chip lead. I'll play Victor with 5 deuce.
I bet small to make you raise, was so happy. And then bad news.
What you have?
No, when you had 2 pair, me too, 2 pairs.
Limitless thought his plan worked to perfection.
I think it's
He
good.
fired small on the river.
Yes.
Designed to entice some raises, unfortunately.
And we've seen this,
The raise
right,
with the
throughout
yeah.
the match. He'll size it up small on the river, trying to induce.
Deuce. Scout flops Liao again.
175.
Certainly don't mind having the king-6 of spades. You got backdoor spades that can come home. I feel pretty good when you turn a king. If that's the case. You've got that gut shot.
Oh, like you said, you could turn that king. And there it is.
Just a huge card.
Again, a lovely turn card for Ivan Liao.
Three, 2, 5.
That is 325,000. So you'll come along. 1.6 million in this pot. River's a 10.
And I really think that Victor's going to have a hard time getting away from this on the river. Ivan's aggression. Oh my gosh, he just checks it back.
Wow.
Something about it.
I bet the river, I think it won't call even.
It'll be hard for me to call. Yeah.
Check back. Another nice pot for Ivan. Perhaps could have been a little nicer once again.
Yeah, I mean, I think Victor's might be, I'm not saying he's being dishonest, but I think he, depending on the price, you probably have to call it. You're blocking the flop straight with the 6 in your hand. You're simply just giving your opponent credit for having turned a king or rivering a 10, which would unlikely be value betting, giving the sort of the nature of this match, right?
Mm-hmm. First place prize of almost $3.7 million.
Raise.
And here comes Liao again, mixing in some 3-bets with the worst of it. All done. Malinowski down to under $4 million. We're about, I want to say, 3 hours into this heads-up match. Took about an hour and a half for 4 eliminations to take place.
Right. I set the line for the final table at 5 hours of play. However, the under might come in because what could happen right here? You never know.
Liao raising to 2.5x with the ace-deuce of hearts. It's Malinowski with 2 kings. This would just be a second 3-bet heads-up play. The earlier one was with queens.
How much you left?
2 million. Two 5, 2 7, 2 8.
Ivan gonna go for the jugular right here. He's too suited.
I fold.
He folds?
Whoa.
Break, isn't it? No break.
Wow. What?
Okay. If you want dinner break or no, up to you.
Later.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, up to even. If you, for me, it's whatever. I don't mind.
Give us half an hour.
Okay, okay. All right.
All right, so
Yeah,
in
half
an
an
hour
hour.
play, they might take a dinner break.
Yeah, yeah.
Not.
How many?
Small blind still 50. Okay.
Very surprised. Realize it's only the second time Malinowski is 3-bet, but the ace-2 suited heads up
Yeah,
position.
I don't know what the, you know, why we're folding there, but perhaps that's something to do with thinking we're going to go on break and just going, you know, saying, all right, I don't even want to think about this hand anymore. Throw it in the muck. Let's
maybe.
Let's come back after break. But
And
now
then
he's learned that there is no
There's
break.
no break right now, right. Two-way straight draw for Ivan, finds for Limitless. Aces and fives for Victor.
$800.
Good big this time, quick fold by Ivan.
Oh, yes.
I don't know about you, Jeff, but
Yeah.
let's just let them eat at the table.
Fine with
Let's
me.
have a little dinner and play poker.
We eat here in the broadcast studios. Terrific meal today, by the way.
I haven't stopped eating. What'd you go with today?
Went with an omelet. Ham and spinach.
Oh.
Beautiful. With some crispy bacon. Crispy flop for Ivan, whatever that means. Kings and tens. King's full.
Oh, extra crispy bacon. The butcher is full. And Victor, I mean, not exactly a hand that you're going to fold every time, right?
Right.
Ace high on this sort of board. You beat every single bluff. The power of ace high. I don't fault him for calling here whatsoever.
He call here is the question.
Wow.
Quick fold.
Yeah. Sizes it up just in case we get the stubborn ace high call, potentially a 10.
Henley out, chip lead. Just a little bit more than 80 bigs now on the table.
It's just inevitable, Jeff. As these levels continue to go up, fewer and fewer blinds remain. The money just has to go in.
You said that last level.
Yeah, but I was really waiting for this level.
for 25K. White chips 100,000 apiece.
And if you're just tuning in on YouTube here on our Poker Go channel, make sure you like, subscribe, never miss another live stream. Really do appreciate everyone tuning in.
Victor again working in some limps.
Yeah, that clearly has been a major adjustment in his game as these levels increase. Just never going to fold really, but mixing in more limps.
7-3, all diamonds, no diamond for either player.
Sure.
Just a nice little bet by Victor. Not going to get it done yet, but perhaps you can size something up on various turn cards.
Check, check. There's an 8.
I think he's going to be a little bit, yeah, slightly annoyed to see that hand, realizing that 2 streets would have gotten the job done. Sort of surprised we didn't just check flop and then bet turn and perhaps considered it again on river. I think if he could go back in time, that's exactly the adjustment he would make.
Super High Roller Bowl Europe, presented by GG Poker and Luxempe. Coming to you from the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in northern Cyprus. Oh. His first 2 3-bets were with the goods. This 3-bet with the Jack-6.
Feeling frisky. Maybe recognizing that Ivan could be overfolding to 3-bets considering the ace-deuce of hearts hand not so long ago.
Folds an ace.
There you go.
The opportunities are going to be there.
Jack-6.
You? A6.
Although when you tell him you had Jack-6,
also
maybe less
probably,
opportunities will present themselves.
Yeah, now what do you do?
Right.
Both players have been very honest and open with one another after someone would raise and fold, saying bluff. No, tell them exactly what you had.
These two, you said it, they're friends. They battled online time and time again.
There's a fold on the button by Victor. Just sort of surprised that Victor would even fold any 2 cards, given the 5-to-1 price essentially that you're getting to just call. The big blind ante affects how much money is out there, obviously.
Limitless ramping up the 3-betting.
This hand is going to remain a mystery unless we get
Right.
to showdown. Graphics will be back shortly, not here at the moment.
So 4 3-bets for Limitless Free in this heads-up match and 4 folds by Ivan Liao. Small sample size, but perhaps a valuable one.
Raise.
Now it's Ivan 3-betting. He's worked in the 3-bets a lot more frequently. It's Limitless folding. Sure. The outlets now. Flops a 7. He does have the King of Spades, backdoor straight draw as well.
Yeah, King High very often can be the best hand. It helps to have that backdoor equity.
Just check call. The turn is a 5. Open ender now.
Turned up. 35.
Go, big river. Open ender for Malinowski. And a king.
It's a queen.
Ivan played his hand spectacular. Both players really did, but now just showdown a 7. Plenty of value, getting 2 streets. Very well executed by the bull, Ivan Liao.
Almost a 2-to-1 chip lead for him. 50K, 125K with a 125,000 big blind ante.
Check.
10-10-8 one time.
Four.
5-3. Threes for Liao. Another one for Ivan.
Ivan just continues to lean on Limitless. I think Victor's drinking some sort of tea.
I think so.
He may change that to vodka any moment now.
The man can put down some cocktails. I've seen that online.
Race. 5.
Yeah, makes it 500K. Ski calls with the ace 9. More than 1.1 million in this pot. Queen 10, 4, 2 spades, no hearts.
275.
Wow. A delicate sizing. I have to imagine he's got further plans when called on this sort of wettish texture. Victor's not going anywhere with that ace of spades in his hand. Jeff, you know that's 3 to a royal.
Yes, it is, and you can never fold 3 to a royal.
That's the loudest I think I've heard you speak up this entire show.
Just heard 3 to a royal, got excited. Ooh, the 9 of spades on the turn.
Sure.
So 9s for both with that ace-high flush draw for Limitless.
Certainly a precarious little pickle Malinowski finds himself in. Could we bet that turn with the ace of spades in our hand? Yeah, certainly. But I think he's a little suspect of strength being shown by Liao. Does not want to get blown off of it. Executed firm pot control, and here comes the bull.
Jeff.
He's going to shut it down.
9.
9, ace 9.
Oh, you good.
9-2. Attack. You wanted bluff with 9?
No bluff, but show down how to bluff.
Great work by our dealers, our floor staff throughout the course of this last week and a half. As we take a look at the leaderboard for Super High Roller Bowl Europe, it is presented by GG Poker, and it does show Ivan Liao with a slight lead over Victor Malinowski.
Yeah, Victor. Nice little pot there. Down just shy of 1 million chips. Blinds are up there.
Yeah, 80 bigs on the table.
Yeah. Here we go.
Not too many big pots throughout the course of Heads Up. I think 2 over 2 million in chips.
That's it, yeah. Both players are seemingly content with playing a little bit of small ball, very open and honest, showing each other bluffs, talking about what they have.
250.
Malinowski has a good one. After he just said he 3-bet bluff with the Jack-6 off.
Yeah, maybe to set up this sort of situation. Ivan has folded ace-deuce suited in this particular spot, but I don't know if he's gonna. He's gonna fold the 4-3 suited as well. Yeah. Just not a chance I'd ever let that one go, Jeff. Personally, for me.
You have never folded 3-4 suited.
Suited cards, chance to flop a flush.
Right.
I mean,
How can
I
you
can't resist the temptation.
好眼瞓啊！好眼瞓嚟。
Zero discipline.
Speaking of hands that you're drawn to.
Oh.
The deuces.
Ducklings. Pretty little
and the
ducklings.
min raise after Victor limps in. Queen 5-3. Bugs on the turn. Got her now for limitless.
It may slow down Ivan. Had it been the 6 of spades, certainly would have expected another shell, but regardless, he's going to come with it anyway. Really is an effective bet. I mean, limitless is sort of stuck and thinking, okay, buddy.
Good hand.
One pair. One pair.
He hears one pair.
That's all he
says,
needs
cool.
to hear. Yeah,
that's got me.
I don't think that Victor is fully understanding the times that Ivan is barreling off. He's kept it quite random, right? You would expect the 3 to maybe just check and call in that spot. But instead, Ivan just, pedal to the metal, barrel, barrel.
You take my out.
Yes, yes.
And we have done it. Heads up in this match. However, the final table itself has lasted now a little longer than 5 hours.
So pay the overbetters.
Pay all of the overbetters.
I had the under. No surprise.
I am now very rich.
Check.
First one to sneeze, as you would say, probably wins this one. No sneezing.
Someone's got to sneeze a little bit, right?
7 would play. There's the sneeze.
Yeah, I mean, Ivan clearly just shutting it down. Victor says, all right, well, just in case, 7 high, I better bet.
$2,460,000 guaranteed to our final 2. A difference of $1,230,000 between first and second. First also awarded that super high roller bowl ring you see in the middle of the table.
Ace.
Diamond, back to straight draw for Malinowski, back to flush draw for Liao. Quickly goes check, check, another 3 on the turn. And we'll chop it up if we get to showdown. And we do get to showdown.
Chop, 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 chop.
What's it they say about the chop pots, Brent?
Well, Jeff, some say that they love them.
That's right. That's right.
However,
Oh.
I am here to tell you otherwise.
They don't
What's
love
the
them?
opposite of love?
Probably hate.
Yeah.
Everybody hates them?
Well, this camp does.
Wow. Are you sure?
Quite certain.
This whole time, we've been taught to love them.
Well, you've been taught wrong. Just neck and neck here. A couple of thoroughbreds down the racetrack.
Down the stretch. All right, question for you. When building the highlight reel for Super High Roller Bowl Europe, you can take any hands over the last 3 days, but you have to just pick one. The most entertaining, impressive, I don't know what word you want to use, but the one highlight that you would put on the reel, put on the tape from this entire tournament.
From when we go to break? Is that what you mean? Like that? What we've seen? From the series that we would then put into the highlight reel.
Yes.
Okay, I thought you were talking about when we go to break and we see those
no,
older
I can't.
highlights.
No,
You wanted me to pick the favorite there?
No.
All right. Well, I don't think it's very difficult, at least for me. Mine involves the French professional Johan Guibert, where he inexplicably four-handed as the short stack with 12 big blinds is facing an all-in from an overwhelming chip leader who's got 200 blinds in his stack. Johan looks down at ace-king suited and throws it into the muck.
He folded?
That, for me,
The highlight.
is the highlight.
Or low light, depending on how you look at it.
For all the wrong reasons, that is a highlight. Because I'll never forget about it. I will suffer tournament coverage PTSD from this day going forward. And it was just remarkable.
It's a pretty good one.
Hi.
Is it going to be awkward when we see him in Vegas for Poker Masters?
Not for me. The beauty about Yalvaro is just how influential he is over the market, right? I mean, he brought thousands of viewers to the stream. He really is
a huge fan base behind him.
Tremendous ambassador for the game. Both can be true. You can be a part of one of the most ridiculous hands that will ever be covered on television, and then also still be a tremendous influencer for the game. He is both. He accomplished both. I still think it was a clickbait fold. He did it intentionally so that hand will forever be talked about.
But that was the design. It worked.
Sure did.
Jack-9-4 with the 4 spades. Not interested in continuing.
And I'm going to throw the same question to you, Jeff. What would be your highlight
probably
of the entire series?
The Adamo 5-bet bluff off a stack of less than 20 bigs with the ace-5 suited.
God,
that was a cool
sick.
spot.
If you guys missed that, check it out. I know it's on the PokerGo social media. It's on Twitter at PokerGo. I'm sure that clip will be created and put on our YouTube channel as well.
But then again, that Ali versus Limitless hand, considering everything at stake,
yeah,
that's up there. With Ali opening 7 players left, 6 spots paid in Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Opening with the Ace-Deuce suited. Limitless
Ooh,
3-betting out of the big with the Ace-King suited. And Ali just saying all of it. With a short stack looming in Vyacheslav. Boldigan.
Boldigan only had 8 big blinds. I mean, he was like a sure bubble. And Ali just, it's his style, man. Just go for it. Either have all the chips or none of them.
We do always say when we see Ali at final tables, he has a massive stack. The towers are out in front of him. He's on the turn for Limitless. Get Lee out of bite.
Why you want to bluff? Call.
Calls with Jack High.
Oh shit.
Oh, that's great.
That's a perfect reaction. A pretty quick call with Jack High too.
Yeah, he says, why you want to bluff?
Non-believer.
All right. Call me with Jack High.
That's pretty funny. Oh. Five deuce. Check and a 4-ball on the turn.
Spike for the ball. Spike.
Queen on the river for Limitless with the Liao lead. 300,000.
And small too. Does Limitless try and capitalize? Snag max value.
Look for a little extra.
Could you ever make it somewhere around 750 and then fold to a shove?
$850.
How about that?
Yeah, how about 850? For just a little more.
Great recognition. Wasn't done with the king queen. Buries it on the river and now going for max value.
Oh.
Wow.
And gets it. Paid off to regain the chip lead.
800.
Back over 6 million in chips.
Yeah, critical pot now can just sort of lean on Ivan. Try and dwindle him down to the 20 big blind mark.
Right now, about 32, 33 bigs.
Minus? Change.
We've seen this though, Jeff, throughout this match where Ivan has dipped down to this sort of stack and just comes storming back. His aggression just really doesn't allow him to ever be out of a tournament.
Oh.
These 3 spades squeezed by the bull. Nine, 6 deuce, 1 spade.
Yeah, favorable, obviously, as we can see for Victor, having a gut shot in position, but I suspect that Ivan may feel inclined to peel the banana. See a turn card, backdoor nut flush draw. Pair now out in front for Malinowski, and it's Ivan who has picked up a gut shot.
Another 5 on the river. How much does Malinowski look for here?
Yeah, I think Ivan now could be in a tough spot with just ace high, given how this is played.
$800.
Fires 800,000.
What you have? Bravo.
Out of the way.
We rest for a while.
Huh?
Rest for a while. Smoking.
I think, no, call.
10 minutes.
Ah, yeah, break, yes.
Okay, so they're off on break. We take a look at the leaderboard presented by GG Poker. Limitless has rebuilt that lead. So they're going to go on an extended break. Not quite a dinner break, but an extended break. So 20, 25, 30 minutes, something in that range. We'll see you soon. Thanks for hanging out with us. You're watching Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it.
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Or watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go.
A shout out to those of you all over the world joining us on Poker Go. From Germany to
Big
Sweden
shout out
to Nigeria.
Love the Germans, love the Swedes, love the Nigerians.
Is there a country I might mention that you would just be like not so sure about the Tanzanians, but
there's no country, Ali, that
right. You're a love bucket.
that I, view lesser than another. What is country?
Oh boy.
Just kidding. Come on, guys.
Is
Everybody
it that
relax.
late already?
Producers freak out every time we, Come on, guys.
We need this DVD extras.
Really fishing with dynamite to just mess around with the team,
10-9 offsuit for Schindler, raised it to 300,000. Vogel saying defends, and well, I believe they call that the nuts
Check.
for Jake Schindler. Queen Jack 8.
Schindler wondering how can this one go wrong?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have two fours over there, Vogelsang?
400,000.
4 jack coming.
That's a check fold from Christoph.
Yes, it is.
Some people pointing out that Schindler found himself in that massive chip lead courtesy of a set of 8s against pocket aces. So perhaps this was some karmic realignment with the set of 8s not.
Well, perhaps it was some karmic realignment, Ali. I don't know. That's a little out of my pay grade.
The 8s were a bad beat for the aces, but for the ace-5, it was not a bad beat.
The theme of pocket
His
eights
hand was best.
this tournament, as we'll discuss over that wonderful, very expensive dinner we'll be having on you, of course, courtesy of that bet you lost. For anybody who's lost sight of that one, please remind Ali on his social media about how that dinner will go. But, you know, 8s have been just an incredibly relevant hand this tournament to the bizarrest of proportions.
Yeah. 8-6-4 on the board. 2 7s picking up a gut shot straight draw to go with what is the best hand.
$250,000.
Little post hand stare down from Schindler, a long stare down. Might be a little annoyed, Ali.
Looks it.
A little delayed sort of reaction to that incredibly brutal hand, and wants to get this guy out of here.
Put in. Probably. If you fold it.
Kind of a sporting reply there.
Yeah, I don't think Vogelsang really knew even how to respond to that.
Call.
Define good. Schindler limping here with the bottom of his range, close to at least.
Check.
Christoph. Little pause before he says run it with the 7 tray, and King 9 hit the board.
Yeah, maybe if Christoph had a little more, you know, straightiness, he would have shot that one up, although I don't think that he's simply raising all limps with 3-4 off, 7-5 off, etc. So I think this might have been an okay time to take that off, but it's hard to say how Christoph exactly constructs his ranges and how he applicates that construction to this particular situation.
At what point do you suspect you and I will simply run out of things to talk about?
About 18 hours ago? No. As long as there's top-notch poker to be played, we're not just going to completely run out. As the game sells itself, this is a beautiful thing. 2 players, dead even in chips, heads up for the Super High Roller Bowl title. This is very exciting, and it might be par for the course for a lot of the more experienced players. And at this point, we've seen numerous high rollers, but we shouldn't lose sight of the magic. We shouldn't just forget how incredible an event like this really is.
Ace 10-8 rainbow, bottom pair for Jake Schindler, and the 2-way straight draw for Christoph.
Seconds. 225,000.
Christoph
yeah.
does what he generally does. Takes a long time before making a relatively standard bet. Part of the reason he does that is because he is such a analytical player.
Turns a 5.
Check.
He's thinking about hands in a way that I think a lot of players at home would not be used to. Not just ranges deeper. Blocker effects on a very deep level. And certainly takes his time to balance out the times where he really needs to take his time, I believe.
$1,200,000.
Barrel number 2 to the tune of 1.2 million certainly makes 8-6 look a bit less sexy. And Schindler,
Yes, it does. Vogelsang picking an excellent hand to do this with. Takes it down, forces those 8s to go back home.
where's Sam Farha when we need him? You know what I mean? Just in here, cigar dangling, dinner jacket, leisure vibe.
It's funny, I was thinking about him the other day, yeah.
I haven't seen him for a while.
I haven't seen him for a while either. But we'd all love to see an old school player wearing a suit with a cigarette hanging out
Right?
in one of these things and punish the kids, Ollie.
That Brat Pack vibe as we look at our 5-4 tournament overview, the leading menswear brand that provides a fashionable way to expand your wardrobe. And back and forth it's been, heads up. Stefan Schalabel, a reminder, finished in third for $2.4 million. And since we brought up wardrobe expansion, I just feel like 5-4 is drawn dead to Christoph as a customer. I mean, he is your steady.
I feel more comfortable with this, but thank you for 5-4. The leading men's ward, you know, are they the leading?
I mean, are we gonna
I guess they
get
are.
an independent commission together to sort of determine who is the leading wardrobe expansionist out there? I mean,
Wardrobe expansion. Ah. Oh, I need a wardrobe expansion.
Do you?
Yeah, well, yeah. Why not? Who doesn't?
All right, might be time to get our man Shulman set up with a little 5-4 account.
Actually, some people don't. Like the Queen of England probably doesn't need a wardrobe expansion. I think she's fine. And it's menswear anyway, but.
Right, you just want her out there with the 5-4 ensemble.
I feel like, you know, George Clooney's probably okay.
Yeah, that's a good read. You know who else is a little bit narrow in their range? Gus Hansen. I mean, the number of times I walk in and find him in a white or a black T-shirt is
Hook Hansen up with 5-4. You know,
there it is. See, right behind you. That's Christoph.
Maybe me and Gus can expand together.
Not touching that one. Vogelsang.
Yeah, why'd you have to make it weird?
I didn't.
You say you're not touching it, you know, you make it weird. You can touch that one, Ollie.
Jack 5 tray with 2 clubs on the flop. And Schindler with the always sexy 9 high. And the better 9 high for Vogelsang.
That's right.
A little more straighty, of course.
Has some crush. Going to throw something out there with some nice turn cards to barrel. Take this
Snap
one right
fold
down.
there from
Yeah.
Schindler. You said before the chips even hit the felt.
That's right, and that's the kind of thing that Vogelsang doesn't do. Those are the sorts of things that Christoph stays a little more composed revolving around and might be a little more, I don't want to say irritating, but you know, it's insidious. It's when the guy you're playing is just always fighting for every single spot, taking time. It can get under your skin.
Schindler now with Jack 8 suited.
Call.
Limp right in there.
Yep.
Check.
Christoph, as usual, taking his time regardless of his range, and then making his decision, which is a check. And 10 trade deuce on this board.
Both players, of course, sort of connecting to this board as Schindler has some backdoor possibilities and swirling around that 10. And Vogelsang, top pair, 7 kicker. A very good hand playing heads up. First, this smallish bet might Christoph raise simply to get some chips in the pot, which was
10 seconds.
with which what figures to be the best hand.
Call.
No. Onto a turn.
Ooh, look at that.
Has to be the most fun turn card in the deck, Ollie.
Yep.
Christoph makes 10s and 7s. Schindler with a gut shot and a flush draw. A very standard spot for Jake, of course, to
400,000.
continue betting. One assumes Christoph will raise here.
Raise.
And this is one of those spots,
1,500,000.
Nick, where that lack of time extension really looks to play in, as Christoph is check raised to 1.5 million, another 1-1 for Jake to call.
And I think Schindler's call here is quite standard and will be getting made. I don't think Schindler comes over the top here.
10 seconds.
He calls, perhaps has some river bluffs in mind if he misses, but
Call.
Let's see what this river brings. Schindler finds himself as a 3-to-1 dog.
Don't look now, there's 3.5 million in the middle. This is a big one. And the river pairs the board with a deuce, and not necessarily your favorite if you're Vogelsang, as any overpair now has 10s and 7s beat, but it was a limp pot pre-flop.
That's right, and I think Vogelsang feels quite confident with these 10s and 7s. You're absolutely right. Of course, overpairs now do counterfeit the 10s and 7s, but you still certainly bet for value here.
2.3 million. 2,300,000.
2.3 million from Christoph Vogelsang.
That's mashed potatoes and gravy.
Yes, it is, and the deuce of clubs, of course, not the river Jake Schindler was looking for.
10 seconds. All in.
Whoa! Oh my goodness, Ollie.
All in.
Wow. Christoph with only 30 seconds to decide here. I think 10s and 7s is good enough, but man, it's a lot easier from up here. I did not see that coming, Ali. Schindler, all in.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Call.
And Vogelsang makes the call.
Schindler's bluff does not get through. And that's it.
Good game.
And we have our champion, Ali. Wow, Schindler.
I think I have more, right? I'm pretty sure.
Christoph has him covered and is our 2017 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Schindler just took one too many brutal beats in that heads-up match and just had to take matters into his own hands. He was not about to let the deck screw him out of another one, so to speak. I think we've all been there when you take beat after beat. And Vogelsang is a very dynamic and tough player and hard to play against. And Schindler took a stand. And man, we have our champion. I think they're counting it up very close in chips, but what a performance by Christoph.
Yeah, I think it is official, and Jake Schindler's going to take home $3.6 million, but something tells me he may be on the Budiga side of things as far as how he sleeps tonight. Valiant, though.
We'll have $3.6 million to make that rest come a little easier.
But like a $2.4 million bluff on the end, essentially, in real-world differential between second and first place prize money.
Hey,
I have no idea.
he certainly showed hard, Ali.
Take nothing away from that man, Jake Schindler, whatsoever. And let's send it down to Maria Ho, who's with our first and second place finishers.
Congratulations, Jake Schindler, on your second place finish. I know it must be difficult, but how does $3.6 million feel as a consolation prize?
Yeah, I'm pretty speechless right now, but yeah, it feels good getting this far, getting second.
How do you think you played heads up? You know, you were up against a very tough opponent, and you really did try your best.
I feel like the hands spoke for themselves. You can let the audience decide.
Thank you, and congratulations again. I'd like to introduce Sean McCormick. He's the Director of Poker Operations here at ARIA, and he's going to present the ring to Christoph.
Christoph, so you came into this final table, obviously second in chips, only to Jake, and obviously it was a really tough table. How does it feel to win $6 million?
It feels so amazing. I mean, I've actually never won a relevant live tournament in my life, so to win this is, yeah, it just feels great.
Well, awesome. On behalf of Aria Resort and Casino, I'd like to present you with the super high rollerball ring, and of course, again, $6 million.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. On which finger here?
Any finger you want now.
Good job, buddy. Thanks. Thanks for everything. Thanks for the organization. Thank you.
Christoph, congratulations on being the 2017 Super High Roller Bowl champion. A lot of people consider you one of the best in the world. How does it feel to have this title under your belt now?
It feels really great, and yeah, it was such a tough final table, and I was behind in the heads up, so it all comes really sudden right now, as you can imagine.
You know, in the heads-up battle, you guys traded the chip lead back and forth several times. Can you just talk a little bit about that pivotal hand where you rivered a straight against Jake's set of eights?
Yeah, I mean, I guess in that hand, I'm calling the turn with ace high and hoping for him to give up on the bluff on the river, but I mean, I could have just folded the turn because it was like close whether I even should call the turn, and then I get lucky and he has a monster, so I think that's how poker quite often is. So yeah, that hand was absolutely important, of course.
Congratulations on winning this huge title. This is a very prestigious event, and you are so deserving of it.
Thank you, Maria.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target. Score!
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target. Score!
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. 10-8 off for Daniel on the button.
150.
$150 to go. A defend with the less than choice cut 9-4.
But again, that gigantic big blind ante sitting out there. Those odds. Less than choice cut, absolutely. Playability, not really. Pot odds, yes. One of the best players in the world deeming this a call, yes.
100.
And I know a lot of players at home would never play a hand like this to a raise, so.
But listen, this is more along the type of holding that you'll end up with playing heads up than not. You can't expect
a lot of players
group one,
a
group
lot of
two
people
holdings.
really don't have experience playing heads up, especially some of our, you know, newer players or players that play in home games that have no experience playing shorthanded. It's a vastly different game.
Certainly.
Heads up, of course, the most shorthanded you can be. You need to get in there with all sorts of hands.
Right.
You need to have a deep understanding of the way the cards come off the deck, how ranges interact with the cards. Of course, that's what poker is, but heads up, it's really on display as you need to really have some deeper knowledge, especially when you play great players who will be in there attacking. It's bottom of limps with the 6 deuce. Daniel, 10-9.
Check.
Checks it. Daniel is absolutely right in this thing, in contention, of course. 2-1 deficit, but very much alive.
King Jack 5 with a couple of hearts. Got shot straight draw for Negreanu, whose 10 high is best. He checks it over to Bonomo on the button with that disrobed 6 deuce offsuit. 7 on the turn. Two-way straight draw now for Daniel.
Daniel can consider a pretty big sizing here with his two-way. Goes for 100. Can also consider check raising with that one. He likes to lead. Looks like the players are going on break, and I assume we'll be doing the same, Ali. Talk to me.
It's usually how it works, my friend. I think that this was possibly an unscheduled break, though I'm not certain.
They both agreed on it.
$5 million in cash and the ring, the prestige, and an opportunity to climb the all-time money list if you're Justin Bonomo, or double down at the top of that list if you're Daniel Negreanu.
You see that beautiful ring sitting in the center of that cool $5 million first prize, Ali. Man, that ring would go along well with those shoes Daniel's rocking.
Right.
The sparkly reds. The blinds are up to 35.70. This tournament structure is just unbelievable. Look at this blind level that we have here. You don't see that one every day.
A couple of different perspectives on that. Unbelievably good if you're a player, and can be unbelievably long if you're out there just chomping at the bit.
Or if you're one of our many Poker Go subscribers around the world who stuck with this event start to finish. We appreciate it.
No doubt about it. Queen 8-5 with a couple of clubs was the flop. Both players checked. Third club on the turn. It's a king, and Negreanu has the smaller of the two flush draws, but position bets 100K.
Also that pesky little pair.
Yep.
Bonomo calls with Jack high and the club draw, and the bigger club draw does come in. And given that it's the ace of clubs, the king queen are accounted for. Clubs that do beat Justin are the Jack 10 and 9. However, I do think he could go for some small value here. He's reaching 125, and of course Daniel has to call this one, given that he has a flush.
7 of clubs.
Negreanu went for a little $125 on the end.
5 of clubs.
His pair goes down. Jack 9 for Bonomo.
Check.
Ace 5-4, 2 clubs, as Negreanu has the pair. Checks it.
I don't mind a check raise here from Daniel. Of course, calling is good. Looks like he's going with the call. As is often the case in short-handed and heads-up play, multiple options are afforded to the players often, and sometimes it's a matter of preference, and sometimes I might see it one way and another pro sees it another way. This is just the nature of heads-up poker, as we see Daniel now leading with his 4s club draw.
Not every aspect of the game is cut and dry or black and white, as we see Negreanu betting 150K after check calling on the flop, and Bonomo simply releases the 9 high
Nice
flush
bet
draw.
by Daniel, as Bonomo could have hit a Jack 9 or club or a deuce to chop, possibly even bluff. So
I know we've alluded to it on a couple of occasions already, but
Daniel wins this thing, and he breaks the $40 million barrier
that
over
number,
his career.
that has a bit of pop to it. I mean, it really does. 40 and closing it on 50.
And by the way, somebody out there pointed out, and my apologies for not having the tweet up in front of me, that 40 million would represent 8 of those massive bundles of cash that you see in front of you right there. 8 of
Pretty
them,
sick
Nick.
when you really stop to think about it. And these are outlandish sums of money. And the thing that's sort of, I don't know, ironic or whatever it is that a lot of these players aren't really even in it for the money. It kind of is a weird part of it. If you're playing No Limit Hold'em on this level, it's about more than just the money. Believe me, you don't get there if you're just chasing the dollar. And maybe some have who are more motivated by money, and that's cool. I mean, I don't judge it whatsoever, but most of these players have a deep love, respect, and appreciation for the game, and we're fortunate enough in our community that these prizes just seem to be there. Of course, these buy-ins are there as well to complement the prizes, and there are enough people that'll put them up. But nonetheless, a lot of us poker players are pretty lucky about that whole aspect of it because we didn't get into it for that reason. We got into it because we love to play the game. And all of a sudden, obviously everybody has to make a living. We all go different roads, but these two players, it's about more than the money for them. It's about glory, legacy. It's about challenging themselves and trying to be among the elite players in the world, as Bonomo.
Yeah, it's
jacks
about
and 5s here on the end.
Hitting the turn and then getting sucked out on the river there. 7s and 5s for Negreanu were good. Now it's jacks and 5s for Bonomo, the best hand.
We've seen none of these go check raise very often when players have enough value to call. But I do think that there is a place for it. Not that gets through, but we've seen very little ambition when players have enough value to simply check call. They've used very few of those combos to kind of go for a sort of bluff / equity versus range. And
Daniel pays off the 120,000,
which was standard.
Limp from Daniel with the Queen 4 offsuit on the button.
Check.
Two 7s and a deuce on the flop. Queen high still best.
Check.
Goes check, check. Daniel improves to 7s and 4s on the turn.
Daniel throws 100 dimes out there, and Bonomo releases.
Dilly dilly. $4.5 million to roughly 10 million. The current chip disparity of about 5 million for D-Nags.
I didn't put in my bleed line yet.
Pocket 9s for Bonomo on the button.
$200,000. Call.
Daniel defending with the 2 unders. This will be a tough proposition.
Oh.
Top set against second pair with an open ender.
Check.
Certainly does lay the groundwork for some additional chips to be deposited into this pot. Daniel checks it over to Justin.
As we've seen from the heads-up match thus far, how hard it is for both players to make a continue-worthy sort of holding. It's kind of our first one on any sort of big way. Middle pair, open-ended straight draws, rather big hand. Playing heads up, no limit, and top set speaks for itself. Daniel could go a couple of ways. He'll probably go with the smooth call. He does.
500,000.
No, no.
Oh,
A
excuse me.
smooth $500,000.
Smooth $500,000, and on a board as wet as this, Bonomo might be very well served to raise, and based on sizing considerations, we'll see how Daniel continues.
What a dream, by the way, when you're holding top
Yeah,
set.
top
Granted,
set,
it's
I mean,
not the
obviously
nuts, but
it's straight in. There's a couple of hearts out there, but it's the essential nuts. I thought Daniel maybe could have just check called here. We're not doing that great
1.25 million.
versus the range that inflates the pot here. Nonetheless, his play is certainly understandable with middle pair in this open ender. What does Daniel go with here? If you think you have some fold equity, I guess you can just mash it in. You're kind of in a flippy situation versus a lot of hands, but of course you're drawing to a chop versus straight and in poor shape versus set.
he has $3.9 million back.
A lot of chips.
Going to use a time extension.
Yeah, tough, tough, tough. Don't think Justin is doing that with all that many flush draws. I think what we see a lot here from Justin is very, very good hands. Not to state the obvious, but 7-8 now is not doing that well versus range. I think it's a continue. I don't really want to jam. I wouldn't have check raised flop, so I'm a bit uncomfortable and kind of have to recalibrate. Maybe there is just too much out there to get away. I don't see Justin doing this with 6-8. Looks like Daniel's going with it. He does shove it in. He gets it all in on the flop. Justin calls, and here we go, Ali.
I got the other stuff.
Justin Bonomo is a 3-1 favorite to win this year's Super High Roller Bowl.
Good flop. We need a 5 or a 10. Any 5, any 10.
Neither player holds a heart, so flush is not an issue.
And Justin has the crusher turn cards. If any full house or quads variety would end this thing.
No back doors.
Board pairs and it's over.
Will Daniel get there? Or will Justin Bonomo be our 2018 Super High Roller Bowl champion?
Was it a hasty stuffing?
I think it might have been a little hasty, but after the check raise, things get a bit complicated. The play is reasonable, and honestly, heads up when you flop middle pair open ender. Everything's reasonable to get it in. Let's see what happens.
Here comes the turn. A king.
Isn't it? All right, one more card. 5 or a 10.
Daniel Negreanu.
Otherwise, Justin Bonomo will be your Super High Roller Bowl champion.
You said it, Daniel.
5 or 10. That's what we need.
See if he'll get it, Ali. You hunching, buddy? No hunch.
No, 8 outs once.
Come on,
Feels like a
Wheeler,
set
one
of
time. Give me
nines
a 5 or
holds.
10. One time.
But wouldn't it be exciting?
Let me squeeze it.
The river. Pairs the board.
Good match, bud.
Justin Bonomo.
Well done.
Nines,
what a player.
full of sixes.
Yeah.
And as Daniel said moments ago, Justin Bonomo is your 2018 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Absolutely incredible performance, start to finish, without a doubt. Genuine relief
I thought
there.
there was a couple. Nah, you probably didn't have like overs and flush draws.
Man, this has definitely gotten a lot tougher to play against you.
Well, you know.
I used to think you were kind of easy to play against.
Well, no, I understand. Many people do.
Studying has, it's improved you a lot.
Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
been fun.
Good job.
Results have been good. You know, lot left to be learned. You know, it's
Always
a journey
for
that
everyone.
Yeah, this game gets tougher every year.
Kind words there being exchanged as Bonomo compliments the runner-up who picks up $3 million.
Justin, congratulations on winning the 2018 Super High Roller Bowl. Daniel, we talked extensively about how hard you trained for this event specifically. Is it any consolation to know that you left everything you had on the table today?
Yeah, and I got $3 million too, which is pretty good, right? Yeah. So, listen, you know, when you play against a tough field like this, it's never going to be easy, and obviously you get heads up with a tough player like Justin Bonomo. Took a shot. 5 or 10 were in business. Otherwise, you know, we got a champ and a well-deserving champ.
Thank you. Now, Justin, not only do you get to take home the cool $5 million first place prize, but our friends at Rockstar would like to present you with the Super High Roller Champion Ring.
Hennessy.
We don't need that. Wait, there's more. On behalf of Hennessy, I would like to present you with this one-of-a-kind bottle. Try not to drink it all in one sitting.
No promises.
Yeah.
Justin, earlier you had said that this was the culmination of 17 years of hard work. Can you tell me a little bit about what those 17 years were like?
One thing I'm super proud of over my career is I've just watched the game change, like the ways I studied. First, I read books to learn the game, and they're just like all outdated now. You can't learn that way. I've used all the methods, I've played all the games, and I really feel like I'm at the top for the first time in my career.
Well, actually, you are now third in career earnings. Where do you place yourself among the game's greats, such as Daniel Negreanu?
Daniel's still a great mixed game player all around, on top of, like, recently, he's always been, like, kind of
Who will be our champion? Who will win the ring? Welcome back to our final table coverage of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. We're here at the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in Northern Cyprus. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks and Brent, back and forth we go as we take a look at the leaderboard. It is presented by GG Poker.
Stacks are now a little bit more shallow, Jeff. I believe there's 68 total big blinds in play. It seems inevitable. The time is now. We are going to find a champion. Will it be Limitless, the online legend? Or how about Ivan Liao, representing Malaysia? What a battle.
And what a payout for first place. $3,690,000. Both are finalists guaranteed. About $2.5 million as we look at the payouts presented by Lux on Pay. And here we go. 75K, 150K, with a 150,000 big blind ante. Perhaps due for the collision, like you said.
Hmm? No. Oh, I'm small blind.
Ace King for Liao.
50.
Flurry of, sorry.
Both dead
Couldn't
silence.
let the silence
Jump in, yeah.
last another
Ivan
second.
the Bull strikes first after dinner break.
Flurry of eliminations to start our final table coverage. And things slow down quite a bit. Been heads up.
Check.
For about 3.5 hours. A little bit more. Mr. Malinowski. So many prestigious online victories. Can he find one in the live realm? Getting closer and closer. Ivan Liao has proven himself to be a pesky opponent. Won't go away quietly.
We've talked about how frequent these guys battle online. Nosebleed cash games, 1K, 2K. Just another day at the office for these guys playing for 7-figure scores.
Using ace-6, 9-3 clubs for Ivan. Queen 10-3 with 1 club.
Check.
Victor content to try and get the showdown here with ace high. Obviously no good.
3 pair.
Good. Ace.
Yeah, picks one up. Every pot oh so crucial at this stage with less than 70 big blinds on the table. With a first place payout. Almost $3.7 million. It's been a slow-paced heads-up match. Not too many big pots, but it's inevitable here at this level, you would think. Three rainbow. Super High Roller Bowl Europe, presented by GG Poker, Locks on Pay. 41 entries, creating a prize pool more than $10.2 million. We're down to these two. Malinowski just limps in with the Jack-4. Layout checks.
Just really interested. Yeah, small little jabs. Either player has firmly hit the flop against one another. I don't think I've seen a heads-up match go this long, especially with fewer than 100 bigs on the table.
No all-ins throughout heads up. And again, both miss. Advantage Liao. Position here. Brown chips were 25K, white chips 100K apiece. Limitless looks down at an ace. Just limp.
Raise.
Ivan wants to work in some raises in this spot. It's at 375,000.
Thus far, Ivan has loved to drive the action.
Yeah.
Definitely the aggressor of the two in this match.
Jack 3.
225.
Just not a lot going on here for Victor, but he doesn't look done with it.
Does want to continue with ace high.
Wow.
Four clubs on the turn.
Malinowski, the Matador, trying to slow down Ivan Leo. Ace high, correct call on the flop. Now what?
Reaching.
Effectively, in his mind, sort of turning it into a bluff. If we're ever up against a medium pair, eights, nines.
All right, 650,000, taking down that pot. Very nice, Victor Malinowski. They all raise with the ace 3, nothing doing for Victor.
One more.
List of super high roller bowl winners includes Brian Rast, Reiner Kempa, Christoph Vogelsang, Justin Bonomo, Isaac Caxton, Kerry Katz, Daniel Dvors, and Timothy Adams. Adams made a valiant run at back-to-back-to-back titles, but exited today in 4th. Again, both miss flop. Our position, though. Well, if they do ever both connect, they're going to be so excited. After being card dead for a while.
They might be very surprised and just kind of shut it down. Just seems inevitable, doesn't it?
Yeah. Like you
collision.
said, at these depths.
Victor gonna ramp it up.
It's at 600,000. It's the fold. Raise. We met with some resistance. So Leo has ace jack.
K5.
800.
Ivan, you have 4 million, right? You have 4?
You are more than me a bit.
Limps in. Malinowski says run it.
It's a whole lot of puppy paws.
6s for Leo, gutter for Malinowski.
2.
I have to imagine that Victor has picked up on sort of the fast, small sizing. Whenever Ivan does flop a middling pair.
Just the diamonds on the turn. Check quickly.
This is going to be awfully difficult, I think, for Malinowski to represent. If he does bet, seems like an overbet would be necessary. He's just going to go for around half pot, looks like.
Yeah, 450,000.
Perhaps believable. I've been thinking, well, I've got a 6. You called me with something. Could it have been a 5?
Cool.
Does make the call. And does regain the chip lead. Effectively even. Leo with the slide edge. Less than 70 bigs out there. Things for Leo. Quickly checks. 3 to the Royal, Brent.
Yeah, and I think Victor just limping, you know, sort of a very trashy hand is just going to take a shot at betting them in hopes of getting this through. Obviously not going to work.
Kings and 9s now for Ivan. Quickly checks once again.
Yeah, very hard now for Victor, thinking, well, I can only beat a 4, maybe bluff that. He's just going to give up. It's over. Here comes the raging bull, Ivan Leo. 5.6 million now.
With $9 million in career tournament earnings, that'll be significantly ramped up after today's score.
Yeah. Welcome to the 8-figure club. Guaranteed to have more than 10 million in earnings to his name.
Momentum since we've come back from break for Ivan Leo. Ski raising. Out calls. 7-3. Down bid to 200K. Yeah, flings in the call. Turn is a king.
I think it's good enough, yeah. Victor just going to shut it down. Let's assume that our king is good. Play it safe with that ace on board. I suspect the door's open for a little value bet now. I don't think Ivan would check an ace on the river. Majority of hands are going to be some sort of 7. Is the price right?
500,000 is that value bet.
Wow.
Folds.
Good fold.
You have it?
Yes.
Just about even in the hunt for that ring that accompanies $3,690,000 in first place prize money.
Couple of premiums here, Jeff.
The 9-5 and the 9-2s.
I'm sort of convinced that we're playing the opposite of short deck. We've removed all the face cards, and here we are.
With Limitless swapping a deuce. Fire here and win. Chip lead belongs once again to Limitless. Back and forth we go. Swingy battle, but just a lot of very small swings.
Check high.
8,000 big blind ante.
Good, good, strong.
A bit, not too strong, a bit strong.
Lots of 10. Nothing doing for Liao.
Round and round we go. Very rarely are both players card dead.
Yeah, when's the last time both had a decent hand?
It's been a
at
while.
At the same time.
I still can't get over that we've played heads up for roughly 4 hours now, and there has not been a single all-in.
Nobody has uttered the words all-in. It's not like we're saying there hasn't been an all-in and a call. The words all-in have never been said.
Hasn't even happened.
Calls. 9-4-4. Yeah, 6s are best. And it looks for now like he will regain the chip lead. Yep. $2,460,000 for second, $3,690,000 for first at Super High Roller Bowl Europe, presented by GG Poker and Lux on Pay. We're at Marriott Hotel and Casino. We're in Cyprus. Yeah, I'll call it the Jack 5. 9-8-3.
Jeff, can you tell that guy to be quiet?
I was just thinking that. At what point does somebody jump in here and be like, excuse me, hate to interrupt, but these guys are playing for $3.7 million. Just
somebody mic'd
keep
him
the
up.
volume down just a little bit. We'd appreciate it.
They're just blasting off on this very difficult sort of board and texture for Victor. Not a heart in his hand.
We'll come along.
Oh.
Will River, a set of 6s. No hard in either
Okay.
player's hand.
Victor thought he was on a stone cold bluff on the turn, certainly now. Our hand could be too good to consider folding. See the confusion. Would I ever bet the Jack of Hearts? He's seemingly representing the Queen or the Ace of Hearts only. Everything else would be smaller, perhaps even consider checking. It's a big bet. Wow.
Lays it down. Al's bluff gets through.
Bluff.
Bluff?
Really? Bluff.
Huh?
Bluff.
I had no heart, but I hit set 6.
I bluff. I know you know heart. I bluff.
Yeah.
Oh.
Skill race here.
Wow.
Just folds the 7-4 suited position.
4-7同花。
I mean, that.
做下戲啊！
Not sure why we would fold there.
Eh? Just not a big blind. Just not a big blind. Just not a big blind.
Huh?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's right, because he
I
limped
was
in
big
on the
blind
button.
before? Or no?
He
Just
limped in
now
on the
you
button.
raise my. I
And
big
then
blind.
Malinowski raised with King Jack.
Big blind. Okay, okay. That's okay. It's okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's good as is. And 6 no club. There's a real disconnect going on in this heads-up battle. Players holding and flops. Now we expect that, of course, to a certain extent heads up. But it feels like both have been ice cold.
I've heard that laugh before. Is that Paul Poix in the background?
I didn't think so.
No?
But maybe he's one member of the conversation as
Yeah.
we look at the PokerGo Tour leaderboard. PokerGo Tour is presented by Guaranteed Rate, and it's back to Vegas for Liam Shurovich and Kerry Katz. They'll run into Sean Perry, Sam Savero, and Sean Winter at the Poker Masters. I know David Peters will be there as well. Peters right outside that top 5. Will be a threat to make a major move. Poker Masters, Super High Roller Bowl, World Series. Aces for both.
Wait a minute.
What is going on?
All in?
Oh.
Whoa.
This could be a decision here for Ivan.
Shove for a little more than 30 bigs. He accidentally exposed the 9.
How much?
Asked for a count. We can see See if he calls. He'd be in fantastic position.
Victor definitely sees that it's ace-9, thinking, please
Right,
fold.
oh, God. What a sweat this is for Limitless. And what an opportunity this is for Liao.
I full.
Let's it go.
Wow.
已經夠。
There's two.
已經夠。好撚 close 嚟喎。500，佢有30幾喎。其他我演技都係行出嚟啊，全部等收工。你哋快啲啦，唔好阻住我哋收工啊！
好，
肯定係喜歡㗎啦。佢我都未，我黏佢射咯。啊？ Go for you.
You play very good.
Huh?
You play very good. Hard to kill.
Back to the premiums.
Yeah.
350.
Removed all the face cards for this one.
Raise and take it for Ivan.
Just 4 deuce off.
世界第一讚我，佢講我好加人湯，係唔知係讚緊我哋爭喎。
Malinowski with a good one for the ace queen. Yeah, it's going to come along with the jack 4.
Check.
7 deuce. I would call that a swing and a miss with that jack 4.
Well, the only thing a jack is for is fixing a tire, Jeff.
Yeah, all right. Ivan Leo versus Victor Malinowski, heads up. Super high roller bowl Europe title for the ring for almost $3.7 million. What a battle, heads up, past the 4-hour mark, just these two.
Oh, sorry. Forgot.
Jack 10 for Liao, ace 5 for Victor.
350.
The open ender for Liao. Victor's ace high still best.
We've seen Victor come along on a ride with these spots before. Ace high, does have a 5. There we go again.
Does come along.
The power of ace high.
44 million in the middle. queen on the turn. Straight comes in for Liao.
$650.
Liao back to chip leader.
Showed him the straight.
Yeah.
Break. No break. Oh, okay. You want smoke?
Huh?
You want smoking?
Oh, yeah, we can go smoke.
Okay.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah.
Smoke him if you got him.
About to raise the blinds. But before we do, yeah, quick break for the fellas. We'll take a quick break as well. Before we do, let's take a look at the leaderboard. It is presented by GG Poker, and it is Ivan Liao just barely on top. When we come back, just 50 bigs on the table. Who will win the ring? Find out in just a bit. Stay with us.
Poker Go, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
The river to heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target. Score!
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on Poker Go. Card game in progress. Heads
True.
up for
Thank you, Ali.
3.6
Appreciate
million
it.
and change. No, it's
Now you're
between
learning.
hands are okay. Queen deuce offsuit for Alex. Just shy of 4 million to 7 million.
150.
150 declared, yeah. Axton with a nice one, king six suited in there fighting, of course.
And unlike three-handed and up, one really doesn't have the luxury of exercising too much patience in heads-up poker.
That's exactly right, Ollie. The expression, the blinds are coming around really
Right.
on full display. Heads up, every hand, throwing chips in.
Haxton flops himself a king-high flush draw here.
He certainly does. A nice flop for Ike, to say the least.
Checks the best hand. And looks up at a C-bet.
Locks him with queen high, queen of diamonds. C-betting indeed. Why not? And Haxton, I believe, will call, but let's see. Raising is possible. I think Ike will be sprinkling in probably a little more of the fringe raising in the cash game variety of heads up where we can rebuy when disaster strikes, and that sweet three of diamonds will do it for this hand. Does Foxen have a plan, or will a diamond roll off on the end, which would really spell trouble for him?
Well,
let's see.
Really no equity on the flop. He suddenly has what he perceives to be some value to this queen deuce with the prospects of a queen high
It's
diamond.
true, and we do bully the straight draws and some of the 8x no diamonds sometimes, but Ike did come along on the 8-10 ace, 2 diamonds facing a c-bet, so we have to be concerned. He does fire again, Ali, and well, a welcome sight for Mr. Haxton, to say the least. Let's see if he goes with the slow play or tries to boost it up and win this thing right now. As we see, the queen Dewey won't
Misses so
be
much hand
cooperating,
heads
but
up.
right.
Nick. I favor the flat, and then maybe we lead the river.
You're a very sneaky player, Ali. You're always favoring the flat and the slow play.
That's just
Haxton agrees with you, though, so great
my
minds
devious
think alike.
nature, you know
right,
me.
right.
And the 6 on the end.
Foxen stone cold empty, and if Haxton checks it over to him, which would played, will Alex go for it? We shall see. Just queen high.
Remember, Foxen raised the button, barreled 235 on the flop, and then 515 on the turn after successive checks from Haxton.
He's definitely told a story he may continue to tell, but
10 seconds.
as we see, it's going to go his way if he does.
1.4 million.
1.4 million announced and
incinerated.
Haxton internally salivating. Yes, 1.4 million announced and incinerated. And poor timing for Mr. Foxen happens. A world of hurt coming his way shortly.
There's that burning smell in your living room.
Right. Haxton may balance things and go time bank. But let's see.
All in.
Yeah.
And Alex doesn't get cute. Just
no,
pitches
just
it.
Instamucks. And you're going to have to bluff if you want to play heads up, no limit. Foxen tried, and not this time. He's running away with this thing right now, Ali.
At 1.4 million on the river, almost half of Alex's remaining stack.
Yeah. Finds himself in the spin zone just like that. A pretty quick ascent for Haxton to start things off.
Runaway
just like
train.
that, primed and ready. With the win, look at that. Moves into 13th on the all-time money list. And we touched on it before, but doesn't even really focus on tournaments. Not to say that he hasn't played long time. I've seen him at the World Series over the last 10 some odd years, high rollers, what have you, but he doesn't focus on them as much as some others. Very impressive stuff. I know the high roller community does breed these gigantic prizes, and there's some great players out there not playing these stakes, but 13th all time is 13th all time, and he's only 33. Makes no qualms about being a professional poker player. Never announced his retirement, never moved on. He's here. Does some other things, but, you know, he's Ike Axton. Limps in with the King-3, Foxen with the Queen-6 of diamonds. Asking himself why he didn't have that last hand. Would have been no good, but checks.
And for Foxen, going to be important. Not that it's something he's incapable of, but to just take a breath. It's all right.
I think he is, Ali. And you're absolutely right. You must keep it together emotionally. And I just find it hard-pressed to believe he's had the results he's had without doing that.
Certainly.
Have to take that breath and shrug it off, for sure.
But one wonders, with respect to those results, how many of them have involved a start to heads-up play like the one he's experiencing here and now? How many of them have involved this buy-in, this first-place prize?
I think none. Between. Yeah, I think it's his first super high roller bowl. And if he falls to Axton, as we see, turns best hand here with the sixes, sometimes we don't have too much of a chance to discuss it when the play ends because we cut down interviews, and that's all she wrote. But what a year for Mr. Alex Foxen, and he just burst onto the scene in a major way. An understatement. But he's really here, Ali. One of the best no-limit tournament players in the world. He announced that this year to everybody who's paying attention, and it's a pretty big community globally.
Check on the flop. Check on the turn.
For a little
board
value
pairs.
from Jackson 5s, Jackson 4s, King High that's stubborn. I don't know. A little dicey. This queen kicker does not play. Let's see what Foxen comes with.
And heads up play in particular, Nick,
bluff catch with this one.
calls upon the art of thin value.
It does, and Foxen agrees with you, Ali.
130.
And you look at Ike instantly asking
Absolutely,
how much with King
a heads
High.
up player fully aware of the thin value kind of situation and why those pursuits are justified, because quite hard to make a hand.
Love the sizing, by the way.
Yeah.
This is really on the upper boundary of what one might expect gets paid off. But to Ike with the discipline laydown.
Yes. Discipline laydown in a post hand, kind of re-pursuit by glaring over at Fox and wondering what's what. A lot of people don't realize with Haxton, good guy, nice guy, integrity, and also just a stone-cold killer. Can be a little bit deceptive sometimes.
The stacks are short. The time is now. This is Super High Roller Bowl Europe, coming to you from the Merit Royal Hotel and Casino in northern Cyprus. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks at our broadcast studios in Las Vegas. We look at the leaderboard presented by GG Poker. And Brent, what a battle.
Not a
heads up.
single all-in has been declared in a near 4.5-hour-long heads-up battle. I guarantee, Jeff, this level right here, right now, we're going to have a winner decided.
That's a Brent Hanks guarantee. You know what you can do with that.
I've only been wrong 6 or 7 times.
In the last hour.
In the last hour. Yeah, that's right.
So 100K, 200K with a 200,000 big blind ante. So about 50 bigs on the table. Really just one collision. That'll be all she wrote. Don't expect them to collide here. Comes ace deuce 4, 8 deuce 4, excuse me. There's Limitless. Victor Malinowski did utter the words all in once with that ace-6.
That's true. No call.
Right. No call. No all-ins and calls yet.
Yeah, there really should be no folding. Any 2 cards. You're just getting such a great price. Essentially 5-1 on your money.
10 deuce with 1 heart.
Just little nickel dime stabs. Only 4 high, why not? Give yourself a chance to win the pot right here. Victor sees right through it. The power of king high. Not to mention the backdoor hearts, just in case.
It's a 5 on the turn, open ender now for Ivan.
See if Ivan can dial up another street of aggression here as he's added this equity. Able to tell a much more believable story that he does have a 10.
Does fire 600,000.
Beautiful.
Now the slight chip lead. Brown chips were 25,000, white chips 100K apiece. Not many chips on the table as they fight for that super high roller bowl ring. Now we're talking. It's ace king for Victor.
I'm all in.
Oh,
all of it.
This could be it.
And the call, and here we go. Liao does have Malinowski slightly out-chipped, but it's Limitless in good shape. With ace-king against Liao's ace-4. If Liao wins this tournament is over. 8-6-5 opens up a couple more outs for Liao. You see him on the top of your screen looking for a 7 or a 4. Turn card. It's another 8. Presents some chop outs in the form of a 6 or a 5. Liao has 7 outs to win Super High Roller Bowl Europe. What a crowd that has surrounded this final table. River card. It's a 9. Limitless takes complete control of this tournament.
My goodness. The inevitable collision has occurred. The best hand holds. And it's the online superstar, Victor Malinowski. So close now to being the champion.
Ivan Liao on the ropes.
The one? 400?
This is for him, huh?
400?
Yeah, 4,675,000.
675.
24675.
廿幾個，廿幾個，你食？而家6、7、3個大萬，3個
You
大
have to imagine the money just goes in right here.
Yeah.
This first hand. We've seen epic comebacks before, though, Jeff, and I wouldn't expect anything different considering the marathon this has been.
Ollie?
All of it with a good one in the form of the ace-9.
7.
Malinowski just
700.
4 deuce.
7.
Wow, kind of in a weird situation
I
here.
can
If
show
Ivan
you the
pay
cards,
more
but I
into
think
1.1
yeah.
million.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Does lay it down.
佢冇得 fold 我㗎，佢冇得 fold
It's
我。
the only hand I hold.
Yeah.
It's calling with just about any 2, but the 4 deuce. Nine eight.
Ollie? Call.
Jack 4 clubs, and here we go. Liao all in and at risk. He is the slight favorite to find the double. Malinowski looking for the win, the ring. More than $3.6 million. There's the flop. Ace 5-6. Door wide open for Limitless. Looking for a 9, an 8, or a 7. Turn card. It's an 8! It's not over yet. Liao has 3 outs. You see him on the top of your screen. He needs a jack to stay alive. Malinowski, oh so close. And there it is. A live title for Limitless. Victor Malinowski has won almost $3.7 million. He is your Super High Roller Bowl Europe champion. What a showing.
Incredible. From the keyboard now to the crown, the champion of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Tremendous player, great showing. He's going to take home that ring and nearly $3.7 million.
And hey, an admirable effort by Ivan Liao, finishing in second for more than 2.4 million.
Oh, for sure. What a showing for Ivan as well. The bowl, he was just so hard to put away. And that was one heck of a marathon of a heads-up match.
We sum it all up with a look at the payouts presented by Luxon Pay. Malinowski on top. What a win for Limitless. Ivan Liao in second after that battle. Zhuang, Adams, Peters, Boldigan round out our final table, and that concludes our coverage of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Thanks so much to our crews in Cyprus and in Vegas, especially producer Aiden. For Brent Hanks, I'm Jeff Platt. Good night. We'll see you next time.